Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, 9:05 a.m., and Monday, 9:05 a.m. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Strategic Planning Council, Committee of the Whole, 2020 budget discussion. Councillor Swanson Deputy Reeve Swanson is joining us by electronically. I was actually going to say telepathically, but that's not correct. So call to order at 9:05 a.m. Adoption of the agenda. I would like to have one addition, an in-camera session, 6.1, intergovernmental relations. Or I should say a closed session, not in camera. Could I have someone move that agenda? Councillor Lougheed, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Adoption of the minutes. Strategic Planning Council, Committee of the Whole, 20th of January 2020. Any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, can I have someone move? Councillor Vandermeer so moves that we accept the minutes or approve the minutes. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 4.1, Agriculture and Community Services, proposal for recreation funding in Clearwater County.
Morning, Council. Reeve, Hoven, thank you.
Please introduce yourself, Matt.
Sorry. Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture and Community Services. So today we have the rec item coming back to strategic planning for some discussion before we continue to move forward with changes that we've previously discussed with council. So because of those previous discussions, I'll move through the large amount of information that we've provided as far as agreements and bylaws and backgrounds. So we hope that we've seen that in the past. If there is any questions about those things, though, please ask. As you'll see in the background of the agenda item, we've outlined some of the historical actions that we've undertaken on this file and where we're at today. We've also provided some recommendations as to things that need to be done moving forward, and I'll maybe skip to that area if that pleases council. And so some of those things that we will need to do to achieve this new recreation proposal will be for us to get some discussion and direction regarding the 4 districts that we've called Appendix 9 in our proposal, and that's the map that outlines those areas. The next thing would be we need to amend the bylaws. So council needs to be comfortable in the process of rescinding and amending bylaws. We'll also include amending the agreement, tri-party agreement with Clearwater County, Carolina Ag Society, and the Village. That agreement's really not been followed because it really was done up before some of the changes to how the funding of the Caroline Hub and Arena Complex is done. So it's probably time to do that as well. We also need to amend the 2009 agreement with the town because some of these changes will change that potential regional agreement as well. There needs to be the establishment of new committees through policy, and then appointments during organizational meeting for each new area that we're establishing. We're not proposing a whole lot of change to the current David Thompson Rec Board committee, though there will be changes to their bylaw, as pointed out in number 7. The bylaw will be amended to change the area that they include to add Bingley and Arbutus. We've had a meeting with David Thompson. They're open to considering this. But ultimately, it would be up to their board. We also need some agreements between the county and the new rec agreements to ensure consistency and to outline the process and how we would approve projects and funding to the community through those new rec committees. And then review the budget amount and continue to gather information about recreation facilities and amenities to help the new committees prioritize. So essentially, those are all the things that we need to do, or administration or council or both need to do to achieve the proposal you have in front of you. So maybe I'll stop there, Revoven, and just allow some overall discussion about whether we want to move forward like this, and if so, maybe we can start moving through each one of those recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for Matt, or comments to clarify anything that he said? Councillor Lang.
Matt, I have a question for you. Just for clarification, you said something about the David Thompson Rec Board would need to be on board or something like that to include Arbutus in their agreement? I'm not sure if I heard you right. And if that is correct, and they don't, where does that leave Arbutus?
So as I had stated, we have proposed in number 7 under the moving forward to amend the David Thompson Recreation Bylaw to include Bingley and Arbutus. This just makes sense as administrations map this out. And as I mentioned, we really would like their cooperation because they've been a very important community group to us. Council, they're your community group. You enable them, you fund them. Council can do whatever they wish. If you would like to tell them that they would do this, then you can. We would like to ask them, and it's our proposal, if they're not comfortable with it, then we would include Arbutus and Bingley in the, Arbutus would go into the care line, even though it's not our opinion that those communities are the best linked together. It's our opinion that they would link together better with David Thompson. But if that group isn't comfortable, and then Bingley could go with the North Saskatchewan group, though, again, it's our opinion they do go better with David Thompson. So they would not be left out if that was the question. But we believe they do fit best with David Thompson at this time.
Supplemental. So, Matt, just remind me, has David Thompson Rec Board, with this proposal, they got an increase in funding? Yeah. How much?
Yes, they did get an increase in funding this budget cycle by approximately $2,000. So, I think they would have the capacity with that. Plus, they're well funded in my opinion already. But again, I think that was number 9 and 10 of our proposal, is that we would reevaluate the budget to make sure that there was adequate funding, equity, all those great things once we've made these changes to ensure that nobody gets fallen through the cracks and everybody has a reasonable and appropriate amount of funding in their community.
Thank you. Just a comment. Arbutus, just like Ferrier, get a lot of traffic from the town for their arena. So they maybe have a little heavier use than some of the other outlining community halls and arenas.
Councillor Duncan.
Maybe premature, Matt, on this one. These will be lines on a map basically, but there's still no probably requirement at this point anyway that people have to participate in recreation within their area. There might be some traditional, because of availability in the past or whatever, for people to, you know, we understand how hockey works, right? You can't cross those borders for hockey, et cetera. But I don't foresee any difficulties in this respect.
Yeah, no, I would very much agree. And we've tried to consider that while we've put the lines on the map, and it's a great example. You know, with Arbutus, we see that ball diamond as a spillover ball diamond for the Leslieville, Alhambra, Condor, Leslieville kind of ball groups. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and I think that's part of an equitable approach allows that kind of smoothing to happen. If the facilities are all in reasonably comparable good condition, well, then I think we'll leave it to the community to find one that's available. And I think, you know, having a consistent approach really supports that. And I think we want that. We don't want to see, you know, teams turned away from a league or a house league because there's no available ball diamond, but yet 10 miles up the road, there's one that sits there vacant. And so I think we want to help out with that. And part of that is having a similar amount of funding into each one, or at least certainly funding available, recognizing that the community has to grab the funding and run with it.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, Matt, just pertaining to Appendix 9, which is your map, I note that you have Township 37.8, 37.9, and 37.10 like a finger out of the one area that the Nordegg Rec Board area. Any particular reason why we wouldn't have just hived that or put that in either the red section or the yellow section? It just seems a little, one little finger sticking out.
Sorry, is there any way we can rotate that, Tracy, so I can see it then? Sorry, I could have got a text from Annie. She's watching the live stream. I'm not seeing the finger.
You'll see it in the southeast corner of the Nordegg rec area. As I said, it's Township 37.8, 37.9, and 37.10.
So if we can move a little bit east still.
So I have the map, the county map.
There you can see it.
Oh, okay, I see.
Our green areas, they're
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
they're west of, west of Prairie Creek.
Yeah. So that was essentially just kind of the basis that we had started from was old existing maps that really were filled out around Rocky and Caroline and DT with gaps in the middle. So that was just a historical area that wasn't covered. There is no
Could you
communities in there.
send the strategic plan to me? I don't seem to have it.
Is there any private land in that area?
There is a
Can
little
you
bit.
send this to me by email? I don't see it.
37.8 and 9 have a little bit of private
I already
land.
sent it.
It will be accessed on the South Fork Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it would go back to the idea that people would recreate at the nearest place.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, at this point, whether that went into the Rocky or the Caroline area really doesn't really matter. Maybe that makes best sense. You know, I think basically the rationale was we kind of, we plunked into areas that weren't pre-existing, you know, and filled in blanks. But if council felt that that would better be represented, it would just be under the assumption that, say, in the future they wanted to develop a, say, some MR in a subdivision with a ball diamond, and they came, you know, makes sense they wouldn't want to go ask for funding from the Nordic rec, that, you know, there's not a lot of linkage to that part of the county possibly, so maybe Rocky, maybe Caroline would be a better, and if I'm hearing South Fork, North Fork, that really could go either direction, you know, I think those people, so, you know, I'm not seeing anybody say, otherwise maybe we would just switch that up a bit and include them in probably
Or the Rocky, I think.
the Rocky
Yeah.
one.
The road connections are stronger there to 752 and
Yep.
to Rocky than they are over to
Yeah.
Doverport.
And like Councillor Duncan's pointed out, it really is a function of where they would go to get funding as a community and less of where their people would go to play sports. You know, we can go use whatever facility in the county.
Most of them would be either Everdale or Hardendale,
Right.
kind of in terms of social functioning.
So then my recommendation would be then to include it
Yellow.
in the yellow area.
Yeah, we can do that.
Was there anything else, Councillor Laird? Any other comments from council before we let Matt start narrowing the focus down and getting some direction out of us?
Great. Well, we did one. Thank you. Sounds like we're comfortable with the map, with the amendments of 37, 10, 9, and 8 going into Rocky. So, does council at all have any issues with the amendment of the two bylaws, 111 and 117, to remove the areas outside of the immediate municipalities so that their jurisdiction pertains only to facilities inside the corporate areas? It's going to mean a discussion with municipal partners. Basically for the areas within each agreement. So for both the village, or for the town of Rocky Mount House and the village of Caroline, there was agreement areas defined kind of mostly for the town of Rocky Mountain House west, and then for the village of Caroline kind of surrounding the village. As we've discussed in the past, there really hasn't been any delivery on that part of the agreements in the past. In fact, we've changed the village agreements supplementally as that facility has changed, and that part of the agreement never continued on. So we never, in the more recent arrangements we had with the Caroline Ag Society, it's administration's opinion based on looking at the agreements that we've left that out of the agreement. That might have been intentionally, that might have been a misunderstanding. So whereas with the town of Rocky Mount House, those requirements have stayed in the agreements, but they haven't been fulfilled. There's really no mechanism to fulfill it. We've discussed with communities that are within that area about why they haven't necessarily been successful there. And so that's really the situation we're in. And we haven't had a lot of discussions with those administrations to date to understand where they would be at with rescinding that. Again, this is your municipality. You make the rules within the boundaries. So it's not a necessarily has to be an ask, but generally in the spirit of being a good partner, it is an ask. So I guess the next one's maybe a little bit harder than the first one, and is this council willing to open up discussions with our municipal partners, the Village of Caroline, Town of Rocky Mountain House, and ask them to rescind or tell them we're rescinding that part of the agreement to take care of all of the recreation within our boundaries and only partner regionally within the urban municipalities on facilities within those boundaries. That would be essentially what we'd be changing the current model to look like as we're proposing it. So we would still be a partner within those other municipalities. Now really, we know where we're at with Village of Caroline. So Town of Rocky Mountain knows we would still partner with you within your village boundaries, but outside you would no longer have a regional responsibility. We would look after that. Be very similar to the Waste Authority model with, say, the transfer sites. We're looking after them outside of the county.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, I believe that this is very timely to approach those other two municipal councils to talk about this and to amend or, I guess, create the new one and rescind these old ones. I am not averse, though, however, when we're talking about the bylaw with regard to the town, if they want to participate regionally and help fund some of the, excuse me, some of the recreational facilities in the county that are surrounding them, I'm certainly open to that if they're interested as well, for them to share funding with as we do in the town. I mean, to me, that's very reciprocal. So beyond that, I think we certainly do need to revisit these and create a platform that creates some equity for our recreational facilities in the county. So, but again, I'm certainly not adverse to the town actively participating and helping co-fund some of these that are surrounding the town in the spirit of reciprocity.
Other thoughts? Councillor Lang.
I agree 100% with Councillor Liard. I think it's worthy for the discussions, to have the discussions with the town and the village. I'm thinking they may want to pull out of this bylaw. I've been a councillor for just over 6 years, and I know Ferrier with their asks have not gotten anything or very little, so the bylaw has not been working for the surrounding communities. So it might be separate, best if they're just separate agreements.
Councillor Duncan.
I'm fine with looking at the bylaws as well. I think, the way we've been operating to date, our proposed model would fit today's operations. There's no change to the way, or there would be at this point, no change to the way we fund with Rocky Mountain House or Caroline. So, or there need not be anyway. So I think it's long overdue. My many years on the rec board at the start of we talked about this occasionally, and but there was very little interaction between these outlying communities and that Rocky Rec board. So,
Okay. So I think we're all okay with amending those bylaws to go forward.
Okay, thank you. So what I heard was we were comfortable with 4, 5, and 3, basically 2, 3, 4, 5, which talked about the bylaws and the subsequent agreements then, which kind of are all part and parcel to kind of executing this with both municipalities and the bylaws associated with the various regions.
In regards to the bylaws for the separate areas, do we need to have separate bylaws for each rec board? Because the areas are dramatically different. Nordeg is a different community than the eastern part of the county. can we have a broad enough bylaw that covers all the differences, or do we need 4 separate bylaws?
I believe we need the separate bylaws.
Okay.
And if it's, I believe that's legislated. I'm not sure we have maybe choice in that, and Tracy Lynn would certainly be able to weigh in on that. We'll be working with the senior administration, but I do believe we do need separate ones, yes, for each area. Certainly David Thompson will keep a separate bylaw, but I believe the new ones we create will have separate bylaws, and you will maintain a bylaw with the town and the village then to discuss that as a regional. So that is my understanding now. That I'm not a municipal bylaw and legislation expert, but that's my understanding. And I do tend to agree, even if it is an option to have one big one, to do what we need with it because of the differences. Nordic to the Caroline area is a good example. There's differences there, but also to be able to manage the already established nature of David Thompson and mature nature. It maybe be wise to do each one, so that would allow each board to maybe evolve on their own after we kind of manage them as a county and get their feet under them. Each one, Nordig might want to kind of do very different things because of where they're located geography-wise versus Caroline. And so, yeah, I would think it would be wise for us to consider separate bylaws for separate areas for a very many reasons.
Okay. And council is good with that direction? So, yeah,
Sorry, yeah.
Keep going.
I would think the next kind of real thing to sink our teeth into is thinking about the committees for the 3 new areas. Again, the other areas, the David Thompson, and then the urban boards and committees, they're established. So we're not necessarily looking to change that. We're looking to create a model for the 3 new boards that do not exist today. Should be the Raven James, so the south, Clearwater, North Saskatchewan, so more northern, so red then yellow, and then the Nordig area, which we're calling either Nordig or Bighorn. What would council like to see as far as a structure? David Thompson likes their 14 members. They've done it that way for a long time. That seems quite large and potentially cumbersome right now, especially to be starting off under the model that there would be a lot of support from administration. We don't believe they'll need a treasurer or a secretary or anything like that, because administration will support them in an ex officio capacity with managing their budget. We're not necessarily envisioning these to have their own bank accounts and be their own societies like David Thompson. Initially, we believe they should just kind of be a committee of council, and once the committee's approved a project, we can issue the checks from the county, and that'll be a way to keep them nimble and focused and give them the support they need. So, kind of thinking under that potential recommendation, administration believe maybe a 3-person board with an alternate, 2 councillors, and 1 member at large or something, to essentially receive application or to hear applications received by administration and to prioritize projects. Maybe they would meet 2 or 3 times a year, and could be very simple off the start. Now, if they wanted to evolve and add membership and add tasks, that would be appropriate. But off the start, administration sees it as being very much hear applications, prioritize on the community's behalf, and then approve funding, which administration will promptly issue. What's council think about that?
My first thought is, looking at the map with the 4 different areas, how is the population of the county split between those 4 areas? I'm assuming the Nordig area would be the smallest. David Thompson would have the largest population. But between the red and the yellow, how is that population split? Because I think the board size should be dependent on the size of the population. David Thompson should have the highest population, I think. So it should have the most members, and Nordegg should probably have the least because it would have the lowest population. We don't need 14 members from Nordegg, but maybe we do need 14 members from David Thompson because of the population and the differences. Councillor Lougheed?
I think I could just speak a little bit to the David Thompson Rec Board. I think really the strength of that board has been that community representation or group representation. I think that's really the strength there. It does sound excessive having 14 members, but it does give each individual group community a voice on that board. And I think it's been quite effective and quite well supported over the number of years from those communities. So I think, to say that a new community or a new group coming into place needs to have that much representation, no. But I think it could work for those communities as they recognize the benefits to having that table to sit around and share the activities and aspirations of your community.
Councillor Lang?
I guess I'm going to take a little bit different view on this. I agree with Matt. I think 14 is a lot. Heck, that's more than our council here, and we're overlooking the entire county. But as far as the size, I'm not sure if that's a fair way to look at it. Nordegg, for example, Reefhoven, you said because it's the smallest community, but it serves a great area. The First Nations comes into there, the Horberg, or not Horberg, but the Misty Valley people come in there, Camp Alexo, they come in there, and the tourism in the summer, they come in there and they use that area. So every area is unique, and Nordegg is very, very active, and that arena, I think, is probably being used almost every day because it's about all they have out there. So I'm not sure if the size of the board should be determined because of the population. And I also believe that smaller boards can be more effective than larger boards. They do become cumbersome, the larger boards, and with David Thompson, I guess, I'm not familiar with that board, but I do like Matt's idea of starting small and having it evolve and grow to the need. And I'm not the expert to say whether David Thompson needs 14 or not. Just as an outsider looking in, it does seem to be excessive.
I'd just like to clarify my comments a little bit. I wasn't trying to say that because the community is smaller, it's not as important. But I think if you had 3 members from the Nordegg area and 1 member of council, you get a fairly good distribution of ideas. Whereas if you only had 3 people and 1 councillor for David Thompson, you would have a lot of viewpoints and a lot of these smaller community halls not having a voice at that table. So it's just, yes.
Just a question. So just to get a bit more familiar with the David Thompson Rec Board, how many community halls does the David Thompson Rec Board represent?
Well, if you look at the map, in the new proposed boundary of blue, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
There is an amenity list, I believe, in the information as well. And one thing with David Thompson that'll increases the need for the amount of representation is the 3 schools currently within there. None of the new recreation districts currently we're proposing has schools in there. The schools really need to have representation. So I did want to, I'm getting that intel in here from the live feed. So I wanted to point that out because that's very important. Caroline, of course, their own rec board. They work with the school. Rocky, that rec board, they have the joint uses with the schools. So it's important, and I just wanted to point that out. And so each school has a representative on the David Thompson rec board. They are going to trim 1 member, of course, because we're going down 1 school, so they will lose one representative from one of those schools. But I did want to point that out, and it's to Councillor Lang's point where I think each community is unique. So I think having a little bit of ability for each community to kind of eventually build their own committee to suit their own community I think that's important, and hopefully council will build that into kind of this process. Certainly administration's focused or recommending that we do that.
Councillor Lougheed?
Yeah, I was actually, Matt, kind of pretty much outlined what I was going to say is with that, having the representation from the schools. In fact, at one time, they had a student representative as well from the schools to kind of give that stakeholder view to recreation. I think was quite effective when they had that. And I also might say too, as far as administrative expenditures with that group, it's kept to an absolute minimum. Members are only paid for mileage to attend the meetings, and so that's it's not a compensated position other than just covering some of the costs involved with attending the meeting. So it keeps that money out in the community as much as possible.
Well, and Councillor Lougheed, not to digress from our tight list, but Councillor Lougheed brought up a point that we'll want to address in the future, which is some equity issues with that committee and how council reimburses mileage and things. It's kind of an outlier because council doesn't appoint all the members. So anyway, we'll deal with that as we move forward. Essentially, they don't get paid mileage. They pay from within, but that's not really how we do it for other groups. And they are using kind of some of the funding that could be going to amenities to pay reimburse mileage, which I think is important, and maybe if council reimbursed it as they do other committees. But we'll bring that up as more of a process component as we move through this. And we've talked with the that group already, kind of about us reviewing that with council. So sounds like council understands that David Thompson's going to have to be different. Does council think that 3 members, 2 council members and a member at large and then an alternate, is that too small for like a significant geographic area such as, say, the Red, where the James River, North Raven, or Raven James area?
I think that's too small. Maybe if we needed that just to set up these committees, to set up the bylaws, to have 2 councillors and a community member, and then as soon as that foundation is laid, to expand it to get more community involvement. I know I don't think we want to increase council's workload when we've got very competent, intelligent people in the community who know what their community needs. Councillor Laird?
I think you summed it up well, Reeve Hoban, but we need to start somewhere. So I think that the staff has got us a good starting place, and then we can work from there with the recommendations that come from these fledgling committees so that we can get a better sense of how to grow these particular rec boards.
Councillor Lougheed?
I guess just a question for Matt. With those groups, how often do you expect them to meet? Is this kind of a once a year or twice a year kind of meeting, or is it something more onerous on meeting times?
As we build out the process and the bylaws, we'll get a better understanding of that. But basically, at this point, administration's envisioning and recommending, meet as we approve funding and when we need to approve funding. And one of the better systems that I've seen is funding for both the spring and the fall construction season. So we've looked at other community rec boards, and we've looked at a lot of communities. They'll meet, say, February, March to approve projects for the spring cycle. They'll meet August, September to approve the fall projects for that building construction season. And that's it, 2 to 3 times a year. There's procedural things to do, like, some of their own processes or make appointments or AGMs or whatever. They'll do them in the middle of winter. But as far as, they'll do some advertising, which is very procedural. We don't need to meet to say we're going to advertise because we have funding this year. you know, and we're seeing administration, at least initially, do those support things. So we advertise, we get applications, and then the committee meets 2-3 times a year to approve funding. Administration will then communicate with the group and send the check, and then we'll need a bit of a reporting. But I don't think the board needs to meet every year to see the reporting. I think the administration can put a yearly report together to send to the board. The board can approve it at the next meeting, and then it becomes the report on behalf of the board to show all the projects we do, sort of thing. At least initially, we see it being very small. Now, it's gonna the inaugural year, to be able to agree with process and positions and things, there might need to be, but 2 to 3 times a year, I think, answers the question as far as how administration recommends, at least initially.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, I agree we should start quite small, but it seems to me that having just one representative from each of these rather large areas seems a little bit light. I agree with Ria Foven's comment on that. So as a minimum, I would like to see at least 2 members to start. Clearly, if David Thompson has some 14 and that seems okay, we need a little more community representation than just one. So I think we can move that up to at least 2 to get started, and I would see it growing a bit from that in subsequent years.
So if 3 might be a little bit too light, especially for the bigger areas, how about 5? 2 members of council, 3 members at large? We always like odd numbers in governance, so there's not ties and things, and I know this isn't politically charged, but 5's a nice number. I don't feel that's cumbersome and large to have a meeting. What's thoughts there?
I will respond right away. I like that, Matt. I think that would be decent representation to start.
split
with 5, 2 and
2 and 3, 2
councils,
3.
that's right, 2 and 3, 3 from the community.
Councillor Lang.
That's actually what was in my mind, to start with 2 councillors, and the fact that the meetings will only be 2 or 3 times a year, I don't think that's going to be too frequent for a council. I know our loads are heavy, but and I like the idea of 2 councillors on each board too, because our areas, even though we live in a certain area, we kind of do overlap with other areas and are involved with our neighboring sort of divisions. So I do like that, and then the councillors, what one misses, maybe the other picks up on, and I think we'd have a better committee that way.
Okay, everyone's good with those numbers? 5, 3, and 2? Okay.
Great. So moving on to 7, I did get some info. We just very recently, we did hear from Dave Thompson. They did have a board meeting. They are comfortable with having their borders enlarged. So sounds like council's okay with reviewing all the bylaws, which will include David Thompson. Will not change their board structure, will only change their geographic area, clean up some things like MD of Clearwater, and deal with their mileage issue. Don't see any concern from council for doing that. Part of the suite of real bylaw modernization and as a whole. It's looking good there. So again, just to confirm, once we've reconsidered bylaws and have new processes together, it ultimately is going to mean new agreements with new municipal partners. May not include the Village of Caroline because they're not really participating at this time, and they wouldn't be participating outside of the county. But certainly it might include a new agreement with the village, the town of Rocky Mountain House. So not seeing any new concerns there. certainly that would be a process of its own, you know, that we would work with senior administration to appropriately propose a new agreement. So administration will review the current funding amounts, and then we're going to continue to gather inventory of facilities, amenities, and then the condition that they're in, to better support and have information once these committees are started, to make sure that the new boards have a good resource to start with and understand what they're trying to prioritize. Because it's really hard to prioritize within a geographic area if you really don't know what's there. And so we want to work on that. And it's going to include, be very, very comprehensive. And then, we have provided some information on what other counties are doing. I'm not going to go into too much detail there. One thing we were curious, we took some liberties with the names. We're environmental people, we like watersheds, so we chose some names of watersheds to stay away from calling them by the neighboring municipalities. For confusion's sake, we want these to be the county's rec areas and rural rec areas. So we don't need a motion for council to approve these names. Those will be really embedded in our bylaws, and the names will be approved there. But is council comfortable with the names we've chosen, and would they like to see the Nordegg one? We're comfortable with Nordegg, it's our hamlet, so we don't mind using that name. Should it be Nordegg or Bighorn? And are we comfortable with the Raven James and the North Saskatchewan Clearwater as far as the north-south groups?
Councillor Lang?
I'm just wondering if council feels the committee should decide on the name. Like personally, I think Nordic would like to come up with their own name.
If the committee came up with their own name after we wrote the bylaw, we'd then have to come back and amend the bylaw?
That would be my understanding.
Okay. Councillor Duncan?
I'm okay with the watershed name. I would shorten it though to one name. I would probably use Bighorn, North Saskatchewan, and Raven or something is my three choices there, rather than, make agendas and everything cumbersome with a dual name.
Yep. Councillor Vandermeer?
Yeah, I'll support Councillor Duncan's simplification there. I like that.
Sorry, that was Raven for the south?
Yeah, Raven, Clearwater, and Bighorn.
Raven, Clearwater, and Bighorn?
Is the
Raven, North Saskatchewan.
Raven, North Saskatchewan. Okay.
That could be confusing, having the Clearwater Rec Committee in Clearwater County. Everyone good with those names?
Unless there's anything else from council, questions, concerns, direction, I'm fairly positive that that is everything we had.
Any further questions? Councillor Laird?
Yes, Matt. This is lots to bite off and chew and get done. What kind of timeline for the process are yourself and your staff looking at to try to implement all of this?
Well, that's a great question. Maybe I'll back up. Council did allocate a budget amount for each one of these areas, and administration believes they did that to make sure they recognized that budget time there was inequities and there was concerns, and those aren't going to wait for policy and agreements and tri-party agreements. So if there is any requests for funding in these areas that do not have coverage right now, we would be bringing them to council, because you guys you're it. You need bylaws and all sorts of things to delegate power, but you don't need that to make decisions and allocate budget. So if we had a request if we do something with the play school in this year, that would be a place you could fund that. So if we're getting requests, we would bring that to council right now without any of this, and we would make sure community gets what they need. Very similar to the ball diamond upgrades for Shiloh. We're funding that out of that budget. That's the only project we have approved right now in these new areas. As far as I talked long enough that I got the real answer for how long this is going to take. We're looking at into spring and March 2021 to kind of have the first all the bylaws wrapped up, all the agreements made, so on and so forth. So that's kind of the idea now, and that would give those new rec committees chance to kind of take over at the start of the season. That would be, but again, these things take time. These aren't the types of things that you could knock first and second and third reading out in a short period of time, because we believe they're fairly, they affect a fairly broad spectrum of people. So, we would be scheduling the bylaws to have plenty of consultation time and discussion out there. So that's kind of why that long time frame is there. This is like one of those things where everywhere you look, there's an outdated agreement that needs to be dealt with, or another kind of thing to do. So at first we thought we'd be able to do this fairly quickly. It's not so.
Supplemental
Yes.
comment more than anything, I guess. Thank you to Andrea. I assume that's who's on the other side of the phone.
Anne-Marie,
Or Anne-Marie, sorry. What I'm hearing is you're looking at a year, and if you can do it quicker than that, that's your desire as
Absolutely.
well. So thank you.
Good, we've got everything you need, Matt?
Thank you. We sure did, yeah.
Great, thank you. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at, let's go 10:10. We'll be back, and we'll hit agenda item 5.1. It is 10:10. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We are on item 5.1, Strategic Broadband Project Planning. And I'll turn this over to Cam.
Good morning. First off, I'd just like to introduce Tim Quinn, our project technologist for the broadband. Comes with a lot of experience for us, and pretty excited to have him here, especially now. I think with our RFP closing on Thursday, I think it's going to be a big hand to have him with hands on. So I'm just going to turn the mic over to him for a minute.
And I'd like to start by saying welcome aboard.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here. Alberta's new to me, so it'll be interesting and to say the least. And the project itself, I'm really looking forward to it. I think the initiative is not just here, but it's everywhere. Especially with the IoT and 5G and everything else that's coming into place. The fiber projects are a huge benefit right across Canada. And so I look forward to it here as well. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes, we should introduce ourselves first. So starting with Councillor Duncan.
Good morning. Jim Duncan, Councillor Division 1.
Good morning, Tim, and welcome to our team. Cammie Laird, Councillor for Division 2, and you'll see the maps. There's a lot of us to meet, so I won't bother telling you where.
Good morning and welcome. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6 in Reeve of Clearwater County.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
Michelle Swanson, I'm Division 7. I'm everything north of Highway 12, and welcome to the team.
Good morning. John Vandermeer, Councillor for Division 4. Welcome.
Good morning, Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5. Right there, it's the largest area, the most difficult terrain. Hills, valleys, mountains, lodgepole pine, and my people are desperate for broadband.
Pleasure. Well, thanks, Tim, for joining us. I'm going to throw you right, and it's your first day, so we'll just throw you right into the fire. Our staff recommendation is that Council recommends a list of priority projects to enhance broadband connectivity within Clearwater Council for Clearwater County for Council's consideration. In the background, I'm sure you've all read it, and we can go from there. As for a little bit of an updates, first, Nordeg RFP is going forward. We're now that Tim's here, we're going to do a review before we put it out for the connectivity for there. I was asked about a CRTC grant that's coming up due. I've sent an email asking them to extend it. I haven't heard back as I sent it on Friday. That's really about it for updates, but so I just put it back to council to discuss upcoming projects. We've sort of picked phase 1, which is the Farrier project, which closes on April 23rd, and the second one would be the Nordeg connectivity improvements. Thanks very much.
Okay. So, Councillor Vandermeer brought a couple motions up at council meeting a month ago, and at last Tuesday's council meeting, we said we'd discuss them further here. So, Councillor Vandermeer, would you like to go over those?
Sure. We did, of course, touch on the Nordegg, and I think that's fine to take a look at that before going forward. But the other one of primary importance, I believe, is the fiber to the premises in Ferrier. Now, this project has been discussed, evaluated for quite a period of time, a year or two, and there are a few reasons for that. This is a community that was established in the 1960s with a lot of development through the 70s and 80s. There are some 270 residences, and most all of these are owned residences. And the Ferrier community is the largest residential subdivision within Clearwater County. Population is in the order of 700. And at the report evaluation in mid-2019, there were 55% of the homes having children residing. Average age of the population is 44, and there are a significant number of the residents that are not employed at this point in time. I guess it's for that reason that the size of the population, the relatively short distance of mainline fiber that would be required to hook up. Clearly, there'd be quite a lot of laterals, but it's a fairly short distance of primary fiber involved there. Also, and somewhat associated with this, was the suggestion to connect Wilderness Village at the same time. We have a number of campgrounds in the area, and certainly Wilderness Village is the largest at this point in time. And as we go towards Wilderness Village, we're also towards Crimson Lake, which is another significant recreation area. And over time, I would believe that line could be extended to pick up other campgrounds. And Rustic River is on the way further north on Buster Creek Road. And we'd also previously discussed that eventually that line could connect out to the reservations and Ochis, Suncha. So there are a number of natural attributes for this, and certainly having a density of population is important. You know, the viability and the uptake. This is an area that was mentioned with significant number of large pole pine trees. Makes it rather difficult for wireless systems, and that's another reason for looking to this area first. But there are a number of other projects, but that's kind of my opening thought on that, and the reason I had brought it forward, and happy to discuss that further.
Other comments from council? Well, we were scheduled to discuss direction and strategic planning today. Councillor Vandermeer's put out a few ideas. We need some other discussion to keep the ball rolling. Councillor Lang.
So Tim, I'm excited for you to take a look at the area. Councillor Vandermeer said that the area has a population, or Ferrier has a population of 700. I would hazard a guess that the surrounding area is much higher than that, because there's Ridgeland Estates, there's Ferrier, there's West Ferrier, there's Horford, there's 2 large mobile parks. It's kind of densely populated all the way out to Ferrier, and actually along, and so Ferrier goes west, but along River Road, which is just directly across the river, going north-south, that's highly populated, and I know the people out there, even though they're about a mile from town, they're running into town by the library just so they can send things even by their telephone. It's really bad. Councillor Vandermeer, you know, he brought up the population, but for me, what's really important, and I think council needs to really take a look at this, we want whatever we do, the first project to be successful. I know that area well, and I know the people, and they are desperate. And I think when people are desperate, the chances of uptake will be exponentially higher. If you have something, you can make do, but if you have nothing, you'll generally sign up. So those are just some thoughts that I have. Also, along River Road, there's another campground that is desperate for something, and that is Riverview Campground. So there's Riverview Campground, Crimson Lake, Wilderness Village, and Rustic River Resort as far as campgrounds in the area that would lead all the way up to the reserve. So I just appreciate you to take a look at that. Thank you.
Councillor Laird.
I recognize that we do have a need within the community to have a better connectivity. I think that's not even up for debate. We all recognize that that's needed. I think we need to also be able to weigh and understand that and it is my understanding, there are at least 2 other service providers out in that area currently. One is a local ISP who is doing fiber to the premises already. And then my understanding is the other one that's looking at the area is TELUS with 2 potential new towers going in. I think that we need to understand that we don't want to be necessarily the competition to these people or these organizations, and I'd like to hear perspectives on that. While I recognize the importance of getting this out there, I don't want to see us in competition with somebody like TELUS. I don't believe that we're able to be their competition, to be very blunt. If there's other options, I'm looking forward to hearing them.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, in this case, we're talking about an area that requires a high level of service. And really, I think this situation we find ourselves in with the virus has only emphasized the need for being able to work from the premise, being able to work from home, being able to provide education to young people, to provide medical services. The wireless systems will not meet the long-term needs and be competitive with the services that people enjoy and use in our cities. And TELUS, as you know, is fibering up Edmonton. Fiber is available to a very high majority of the population. But that level of service is not available to most rural areas. And we've seen in some cases where towns are fibered up, but that leaves the rural area at a very significant disadvantage. And the reality is that without government assistance, our rural areas will not receive a competitive level of service. And this is recognized by really everyone, I think, who has looked at the challenge. And even in the States, we have President Trump acknowledging that rural broadband is vital. Congress in the U.S., our Parliament, we have the CRTC certainly recognizing the issue. And we need to take this on. We've been discussing it for a number of years. We've provided budget. And we need to get started. This is a demo project. I would say, given the current economic plight of the province, this is overdue by a fair amount. We can certainly work with any small ISP in any area. As far as being competitive, there was an RFP put out by Red Deer County to lay fiber to an industrial park in Red Deer County, and TELUS was not the winner in that. So in terms of being competitive, there's lots of reasons to find the way locally. The other thing I would point out is local employment. We have a challenge right now with a very high percentage of our people who are normally employed in the oil and gas industry, who are on leave or on employment insurance, and many of the skills, trades, and equipment used for installing fiber are the same sorts of contractors that can adapt and skills that can adapt to install fiber. So I would like to see some employment come out of this, some local employment. And we have a grant that has been announced. I believe there'll be more grants from the federal government. The provincial government has yet to specifically allocate, and that's the reason that municipalities need to be the voice pushing for enhanced service in rural areas. If the federal government were to approve a grant, oftentimes it does require that the province participate. Well, we have long said that this is something, if it's going to be solved, it needs the support of all three levels of government. I firmly believe that that's achievable, but the initiative starts here. It doesn't. The feds don't know what we need in Clearwater County. The province doesn't to the same degree we do, certainly. I think many in the province do understand. And shovel-ready projects are one of the goals that we've heard from the two more senior levels of government. Well, we have the conceptual design work done for a number of projects, including this Ferrier project. We know roughly what the cost is. I would submit that we should have 2 or 3 projects that need to be submitted right away for this CRTC grant. Now, as I say, the CRTC grant is not going to cover many. It's going to be oversubscribed. It's already oversubscribed. But I have, through my Cape contacts, also been in touch with Service Alberta, and the Minister of Service Alberta will provide a letter of recommendation to municipalities such as ourselves that might make application to the CRTC. Now, this deadline has been extended from late March until April 30th. This is a lot of pressure. We have done this before, though, when we had a CARES grant that funded some of our engineering work on broadband. It was put together in 3 or 4 days. This is not easy, and as Mr. McDonald has pointed out, we have a request for proposal in the Ferry area, just the main line, but I believe that should be expanded to try to get something that would include the whole thing by April 23rd, and we need to put that into an application to the CRTC before April 30th. Not easy, but doable. We can, as a council, we can assist in that. So we're late in getting started on this. We're late in doing this demo, but I think the areas that we've started, we've accessed a small grant to cross to the west side of the North Saskatchewan River. That's a small start. But getting this other going is important. There's 2 or 3 other projects we could add to the request for grants, but there's no point having a request for 5 grants. If you can get a couple in there at this point in time, in this late date, that would seem to me to be as much as is reasonably possible, together with, you know, just getting started on this. There's going to be overwhelming demand across the country for these grants, but that will simply emphasize the need in the rural areas. So I think it's something we should get going with, and there's nobody going to build fiber unless it's us. And fiber won't maybe get everywhere, but we can make a big difference in the service level across our county.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you, Councillor Vandermeer, and much of what you say I absolutely agree with. The concerns I have, I made a point of making a list as you were talking so I wouldn't forget them. You're absolutely correct that we need all levels of the government, all 3 levels, and at this point we do not have that. So that would mean that we would be 100% funding this without any grant. And a letter from the provincial government from Service Alberta is not a funding guarantee. It is simply a recognition that we do need that, the service enhancement, but it is not funding. Going to fiber to the premises, again, I believe that would be competition with our local ISP provider out in that area who is already doing that. However, when I think about what Red Deer County is doing, they are simply putting fiber backbone in only. They are not going to the premises as far as I understand. And please correct me if I'm wrong. So perhaps we need to just back off of the fiber to the premises and consider just being some sort of partnership where we get fiber to a certain area, and beyond that, the partner could do that. We also have not went out to the community yet and told them what we have learned in the last 2.5 years. We have spent a lot of time studying this and have got some many answers and some ideas about how to move this forward. So we need to have some community interaction and input. It's going to be difficult in the next coming months with the COVID crisis. So we still need to do that, though. We need to get out in the community, because this is not a small project. It's a large project, and it's the beginning of an even much larger project. And our community needs to know what we've done, what we've learned, and what we have planned going forward, and have their options spoken, and us an opportunity to hear what they have to say. So those are just some of my comments.
Councillor Lang. Can I have Councillor Lang respond first?
Okay. Thank you. So just some thoughts popped into my mind as Councillor Liard and Councillor Vandermeer were speaking. First of all, yes, we do have an ISP provider in the Ferrier area, and I think you should absolutely speak to him. I do not view that he would take this as competition against him. I know him very well. I think he would welcome the county's help, but I encourage you to speak with that provider. I'm not sure if you know Tim, but in our first month in, about 2.5 years ago, we deemed ourselves to be the Economic Development Council, and this was our top priority. We've moved forward. Well, we have taken steps, but to actually get anything in the ground, it seems to be very difficult. And yes, there is a TELUS tower going up in Ferrier, but the terrain is difficult. The trees are tall, lodgepole pine. I'm not sure if you have them where you're from, but wireless technology will not work in that area from what I know of wireless. I do know the uptake would be great, but this is my area, I know it, and I would really like, and Nordic's my area too, so I feel, this wasn't really my idea, I'm not trying to be selfish here, but I would really like to hear the other councillors and their thoughts about their areas, and if they believe that there would be a larger uptake in their area than West. We have to be fair here and give everyone a chance to give their views of their divisions.
Okay, excellent idea, we will do that, but I'm going to let Councillor Vandermeer respond to Councillor Lair.
Thank you. First point that Councillor Laird pointed out was the need for all three levels of government. I absolutely believe that. And we could wind up with 100% funding. Sure we could. However, you have to start somewhere. Also, you may recall that when we were first elected, we said we're going to take money that we'd saved from the, not building the building north of Rocky Mountain House, the administration building, and apply it to this file. Part of that was MSI funding. So there is MSI funding. The provincial government is standing with us on the projects that we think are important. This is a project that I feel, and I believe we should feel, is very important. So we do have, and there is MSI funding in the bank at this point in time. So the province would no doubt on the first instance say, yeah, you can do that. We're participating with you, so we would like to use that as our contribution to any federal grant. I would not be surprised by that. Councillor Lang pointed out that the competition with the local ISP is not apparently a significant issue. As far as Red Deer County, they're starting with backbone, but their goal is to take fiber to the premises. They also have a large agricultural industry and community, and they recognize the importance of it. They're going to take backbone not only to the industrial parks near Red Deer, but they're going to run it in this first year out to Delburn now. They have pre-ordered some, I don't know, something in the order of 80 kilometers of fiber, and they're moving forward. They're working with these towns in their area to see that the fiber is located in the towns, but they're not just interested in mainline. We have had a strategy and policy in place for 2.5 years almost, for two years plus, indicating that we're going to move on an open access network. County will develop an open access network of broadband infrastructure to provide internet accessibility, meeting the CRTC, et cetera. Phased project plan. Well, we're just getting started. So the demo is exactly that. It's demonstrating, and we talked about, the economics. We know that if it was highly economic, it would be done by the big telcos. However, getting to the point where you are paying the operating costs, clearly the capital will have to be supported by the governments. This has always been done. AGT did it. The rural power, all the utilities when they were first put in were supplemented by government funding. And this is, again, the fact that we're in this pandemic and that many or most of us are working from home just stresses even more that this is the need of the future. And there are only two sectors that are expanding. If you look at the stock markets of the world, there are only two sectors today that are expanding: healthcare and technology. You can't do your technology anywhere in the world unless you have connections. So, unless you have a broadband service. So we know the need is there. And as far as going to the community, yes, we've said we're going to start on this program. We've said we're going to do a demo. We hadn't selected a location. As we confirm it, we need to roll that out, but we need to do the demo. And I think that, again, the getting in line here for the grants is vital, and we've got to make a move. We've been talking, and we haven't done as much as we probably should have by this point in time. I'm happy to discuss other things with other councillors. Thank you.
Councillor Lang asked that we go around the room and just comment on the internet, and I don't know if we need to, because we know it is very poor in all areas. I just texted my son and said, do a speed test at home right now and see what our internet speed is, and it's 17.5 megabit download, 2.43 upload. And then the comment from the speed test app said your internet speed is fast, while 17.5 and 2.43 is way below the minimum standard that the federal government is saying. So we know the internet speed is bad, and that's probably some of the fastest internet in the county. So we're in a place where it's deficient everywhere. Councillor Lang.
Would love those speeds.
I know, I'm not complaining, because that's very good for what we have, but it's still unacceptable when you think about the role of the internet in economic development. So do we want to go around the room and say, because we know everyone will have an area in our division where it is completely deficient. I live right on the eastern edge. I probably some of the best rural internet in the county. And I know south of Caroline, in that whole area, it gets very poor, probably just as bad as Ferrier. And from Rocky West out to Nordegg, we know it is horrible. Up in the northern part of the county, we know it's horrible. So is there any place in the county where it's acceptable, even close to the federal government standard? No, that's the problem.
We have the studies that were done,
Yep.
done through the Central Economic Partnership, and they assessed all of Central Alberta and the municipalities, and there's, other than a couple of beacons right beside Towers or within Rocky Mountain House or within Caroline, there are no areas, as the Reeve Hoven has mentioned, there are no areas in our county that have an acceptable level of service. It all has to be upgraded very significantly.
Councillor Swanson, or Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Thank you. Just a few comments, because I believe right now, with this new normal of COVID, we need to relook at what our strategy was 2.5 years ago. So yes, Councillor Vandermeer, what we decided 2.5 years ago, it does not, to me, reflect, you know, the economic environment and stuff that we currently have and what could currently go ahead. I want to say on Sunday night, I watched and counted 40 low-orbit satellites go by my deck for an hour. So the low-orbit satellites are coming on board, and we do know that SpaceX is coming on quickly. So there is a great possibility of the technology that the governments will be funding or helping in that end, because that is a quicker solution to some of this latency and poor area servicing not only within our own county but within our own country. So going forward, I agree with Councillor Liard that, you know, we did go out 2.5 years ago and say we were going to do a third. This is a huge, broad topic that people are, yes, using the technology now, and realizing they have poor service, but at the same time, a lot of people are nervous in regards to the businesses that are going to continue, and if they aren't going to continue, does broadband really affect them versus maybe the county should be, the broadband is maybe one item that we can help them with, but there may be other items that we need to go to the business community to help. And as far as the education, there is no there's going to be a new normal. I think we've all agreed to that. So what does that look like going forward? And I'm of the opinion right now our administration has all the information they need, and let our new broadband technologists look at all the information with a fresh set of eyes, come back to us and say, here's the best bang for our buck, here's the best bang, and maybe we as council should be, we're all lobbying to be first to get the service. Let's be honest here. But we can't all be in 7 divisions at once. So why don't we go ahead and say, let's go where the greatest need is, and honestly, tourism is not going to be what we think it is this coming year, so maybe it isn't going out to the far reaches that we think that tourism has been the strongest in the past. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, it's a need, but maybe we need to take this to where we need to go where our existing residents and existing businesses need it first, not necessarily where the drive has been in the past. So that's where I am right now.
Councillor Laird. Actually, we'll go to Councillor Lougheed. He hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
Yeah, I guess just speaking to Councillor Lang's request there as giving kind of a description of the internet service within Division 3. So having the Highway 11 corridor probably have one of the strongest LTE type connections you can get along that line, as well as a number of internet service providers that have wireless within the area. I guess what struck me when Reeve Hoven asked for a speed test at home is that you'd actually have to do that. If you had consistent, good internet, you would never be doing speed tests. If it met your needs, you'd never be doing speed tests. And we have inconsistent, even in Division 3, we have inconsistent speeds that just don't meet the need of the region. And especially with the COVID crisis that's happened here with people homeschooling, trying to do business from home, trying to keep in contact with family, it's only driven home the need for a reliable high-speed network. The best time for that would have been a year or 2 or 3 or 5 ago. The next best time is going to be as soon as possible. And we have to put some resources to that. For definite sure, we have to put resources to that. I think we do need to go back to the public because what we have for numbers to do this in an effective way is way beyond what the public probably anticipates, way beyond what I anticipated as a cost. But I think we need to move forward with this. We need to add to the recovery possibility of our region. That's where we're going to find the benefit, is having people pandemic-proof their businesses, their homes, their lives. And one way to do that, we've found, is through the connectivity we get through high-speed internet. And right now, I think what we have can work, but it's not going to meet the needs that we really want to have as far as an economic recovery from COVID and moving forward and being able to pandemic-proof our community and our region. So I think we're going to have to go back to the public and ask if they are confident in spending that money moving forward, because if we're going to start down the road of an installment plan to do this, it's a lot of installments on a big machine until we have it up and usable. And we need to have that confidence that the public is supportive of that kind of investment. And right now, you might be able to convince more people than you would have a month ago.
Councillor Laird.
I absolutely agree with Councillor Lougheed. Without a doubt, COVID has shown us that we definitely need it in our community. That has certainly shone a light on the digital divide that we currently have. We did say that we are the Economic Development Council. saying that and knowing the need that we have currently in the province to help create local job stimulation, shines a light on how important it is to get to our commercial and our business and our industrial areas. And they are south of here and they are east of here. That's where the majority of them are currently, as far as our last understanding was from our last study. So that is, quite frankly, in my area. So I'm going to advocate that we support the industrial commercial folks that are east of this location. Again, we know that we're going to be in a process of trying to choose our best path forward to support economic development, growth, job stimulation, and also recognizing that there is a great deal of people who live also west of here, who recreate here, and they are now seeing their new normal through schools. So I feel like we're now becoming into a position of picking and choosing winners and losers, and definitely need to go back out to the community to explain, yes, if we're going down this path because nobody else is going to do it, or there's limited how they're going to help us. I think we need to give everybody an opportunity to understand exactly how large of a project this is. We also know that there is more than one way to create an open access county, improve connectivity. And it doesn't have to do, we don't have to do it alone. There is partnership opportunities here. And I think that we need to seek those partnerships, because I certainly don't want to see us laying in the ground work for fiber to the premises or something of that nature and going right past another service provider who's already doing that. I think that that would be counterproductive. So those are just some of my comments, but I do agree we need to continue to move forward with a better mousetrap, as it were.
Councillor Duncan, any thoughts?
I think Councillor Lougheed made some very good points in the last few minutes there as well. We do have the grant going west, so I definitely think we have to move forward there. We've got some decisions to make on who's going to operate that, and what level. If we're doing fiber to the premises, we're getting into the point where we have to decide if we're going to also be the service provider out there as well. We have talked about there being other service providers in the area. TELUS has never shown that they would be a willing partner here. TELUS has only been, at this point, looking to, and they have to achieve their economic goals, and that's going to be picking the low-hanging fruit. They're putting a tower, if they go follow through and put this tower up at Ferrier, I believe Councillor Lang is right that and Councillor Vandermeer, there's going to be a large number of people that still won't be able to be reached by that tower, but they will pick some of the people off that are within reach of that tower, and that'll reduce our economic viability out there as well. So I totally agree that we should have probably acted a year ago or right now if we're going to do this. Yes, there's always going to be unknowns about satellites, low orbit satellites. At this point, I don't see a better option than fiber, and I think we do need to move forward, at least to the west. Out to the east, I think we have some more questions to ask out there in terms of are we running that all the way from Rocky out, or are we going to have another connection point in Leslieville or Condor, and basically operate two different systems. I don't think that the other service providers that are installing out west probably have the capacity to do the whole area. Yes, he's been working there for a while, but he's not achieved a large number of residents there, and it takes a significant investment to hook all those people up. And I think if they're going to get hooked up in the near future, or within a reasonable time frame, that it's going to have some county involvement there as well. At this point, I wouldn't be in favor of grants or loans to ISPs. I think that's better for us to do that work. The ability of smaller ISPs to install out there means that it's probably not to a standard that we would be totally happy with for the long term. The way they plow the lines in, they're wandering around. It's not, we own the right of ways out there, the roads, and we're stable out there, or we're stable as a provider, and we have the ability to negotiate with energy companies, et cetera, utility companies, in order to use existing or our own right of ways. So I think we're going to have to take a fairly active role, but if we're going to do that, I think we need to proceed quickly. We can sort out, or like I say, we still have to sort out whether we're going to be the service provider or we're going to hire a third party to manage that for us. I think administration can come back with some scenarios there as well. But, that we need to make that connection out to the west. I think that's a good demonstration project. It does not get the industrial side of it. But once it's back to Rocky, there is ability to pick up clients in the industrial area of Rocky or close to Rocky as well. And so I think I do totally agree that we need to provide for industry as well. And they would be typically, for the most part, subscribing to a higher level of return for us than a resident would. But I guess those are my initial thoughts there. The other point I would also make is that it's probably easier to get grants, or when things start turning around, if the province is going to actually, and the feds are actually going to put some money into rural Alberta, it would be easier to get those funds if we can demonstrate what we've done so far that's working and providing a good service.
Councillor Lang.
As I was listening to everyone speak, different ideas, thoughts popped into my head. Councillor Liard had brought up the education, and I tell us, even if that tower is 50% successful in the Nordegg area, that is not going to be near enough for students to download textbooks or anything like that. And Nordegg and Ferrier, they're already coming in, sitting around the library, going to the library so the kids can do their homework. And now with the libraries closed, I don't know how they're getting their schoolwork done now. But I was also thinking of Nordegg, like that. We're trying to grow Nordegg. We had a gas station, the Shell gas station, go in a couple years ago. That just about didn't go through. And the reason was because they had a hard time getting enough bandwidth with internet. And I believe they had to use 2 or 3 different ISP providers just in order to get that gas station out there. So, this is very, very important.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand all of the issues that you're facing here, and again, you're not alone. In different places I've been, you're just definitely not alone. The whole idea here is with the ISPs in the different segments, service providers, their backhaul is not fiber. Their backhaul may be microwave or even satellite, which is patchy and sometimes low bandwidth on the microwave. So your bandwidth on your internet is going to be much slower. And it works what they call like an Ethernet. The more on it, the slower it gets. Okay, it just sort of drains what your capabilities are. The biggest issue here is to get a backbone in place, a fiber backbone, which is equal access to all all the ISP providers, the mobile providers. They'll be able to lease bandwidth from that backbone to fortify their backhaul of their LTE, of their internet service, or whatever, to improve the bandwidth and the speed when they get backhaul by fiber. So that'll be a big improvement, and non-competitive, because you're offering them maybe a lower cost or a better cost alternative, because they're not going to put the money into putting fiber to those locations because of the population. Okay, so that's a real business deterrent to actually put fiber in. So they'll put microwave in, which is cheaper, but it's lower bandwidth. They try to minimize the towers reaching out to some of these areas, so the actual span distance is very long, and the bandwidth again shrinks in terms of what you're going to get at the other end. So there's many different ways you can do this by putting in, starting the fiber project, starting the fiber backbone, strategically where you're going to place it, and then offering your hubs in different locations to have those ISPs start talking to the ISPs, so you have a hub there that they can access and backhaul their traffic back on the ISP, back on the internet. That's going to be the biggest win for you as you move forward. So you can get the fiber started, and get that backbone started, and then use some other interim solutions to actually maybe fortify what you already have existing. Okay, maybe improve microwave bandwidth in certain areas to start off with. You can always redeploy the microwave to another section that hasn't had fiber in it yet, as you move forward. So that can always be the interim state by redeploying microwave. So these are some of the solutions that can come out of this, but your fiber backbone is going to be the most crucial part of this. Fiber to the curb or fiber to the premises, that's something that can be done in parallel. That can be started in those small communities at any time, but they're not going to be effective until you get the fiber backbone going by those locations. Okay, because you're going to have to feed them back by microwave or some other form, or satellite. So these are some of the strategies that will have to come into place, and then the prioritization of the locations that you want to feed. And hopefully that fiber route will actually feed all the locations that you need to have that internet access accessible. Okay.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing today is that, first of all of council is united in saying we need to move forward on improving the internet in this area. We agree on that. I think the next most important point is we need to realize that we do have limited resources. Even if there was a third partnership with the province and the feds, there is still a limit to how much money that is. So as a result, because of the limited resources, we will have to make some choices as to how we spend that money. And I think the most important thing then is to look how can we maximize the returns on that investment. And it comes down to two things: balancing improving the lives of our residents with internet access, and also balancing the needs of our businesses and economic development. Because there's a lot of overlap, but there's a lot of areas that do not. That Ferrier is not a hub of economic development. But to improve the lives of the residents there, they do need improved internet access. So it's finding that balance. So based on all the discussion I've heard, I think we need to just tell admin, this is the budget, this is the money in reserve, this is the money we have allocated this year. Come back with the best plan to maximize the return on that money. Because we've talked about this for over 2 years. We are probably the most educated council in the province on internet. And I think we just need a good plan that we can go forward with. And if it's going to be up to the 7 of us to decide that plan, we're going to be sitting here for another 5 years to come up with that. And we have the expert on staff who understands the technology, understands the business. We've got the data, we've got the research. I think it's time to just give us the plan. And then we vote yes or no to that plan. Councillor Vandermeer.
I was on from a little bit before, so there's 2 points, but I think we have to make the decision here at this table. I don't think we can just pass it back to our admin, but let me back up for just a moment. There was a comment that Councillor Swanson made about that satellites are coming. Well, satellites have been coming for quite a while. We had a presentation by Telsat, which is, I think, the only one that really spent time with this in any degree. And there was a conclusion presented by Telsat, which was that if you are within 40 to 50 kilometers of an existing fiber, your best bet is to, your most economic way of getting quality service out to your residents and businesses is to expand fiber from that point. Now, clearly with fiber all the way along essentially Highway 11 and from 54, Highway 54 and Caroline down through Sundre, there are no areas of our county with significant population that are outside of that 40 to 50 kilometer radius. So it's very unlikely from the information we've been presented that there'll be a more economic solution than us carrying it forward. And yes, I agree with Reeve Hoven's comment about, you know, we have to balance between the lives of our people, the education, the medicine, e-medicine, and improving our businesses. Clearly, we've said we're the Economic Development Council. We need to be that. The existing businesses, and Councillor Laird has made the point about there's quite a few to the south and there's quite a few to the east. This is true. The ones to the south, out to Gateway Industrial Park, are currently connected with fiber, so they've solved that, and that's a system that could be expanded a little bit in that area. Going out to the east, there are a number of businesses, and we know one that's a major contractor and facility builder, and they need a better service. We have a connection at Condor at this point in time. We don't know which way to move. We can clearly move back from there, or we can move out from Rocky Mountain House. We can move along that route as well. And we could probably do it within the budget that we have. We had a $10 million budget last year. We said this year that we couldn't spend that. We could spend a portion of that. Currently, we have a $5 million budget. This work out to the west is in the order of $2.5 million. So there's a couple other things we can do. There are also major backbone structures that we've talked about. And the one we talked about connecting the linkage here from Rocky Mountain House to west of Caroline, that would be a natural. Also, Nordegg, whether you move out there right away. Now, I think it would not qualify, as my personal view, to move there right away. But again, in terms of grants that are available, having fiber along major highways is something that the federal government is committed to. And there's no reason why, if it helped our community, that we couldn't provide the major backbone along a highway and lease it to the cellular providers. I know that in Red Deer County, they fully expect to lease to cellular and other providers in their county. They're going to own it all and lease back. They are not asking for partnering. And as has been pointed out by Mr. Quinn, having the backbone in the right place is very important, because that allows you to expand your fiber as you go. It allows you to move your towers, your wireless towers, to move them further out into the community as the fiber takes over. So we have the capacity to to do another project, certainly within our budget this year. So I would say, in response to Councillor Laird's comment that, you know, we're competing for, and I don't think we, you know, you haven't heard me compete out of the chute here for something in my area. I'd like to have it too. But I'm happy to go with the area that has a prospect for a high take rate. There's two things that impact the economics and the viability of the project. The take rate, because you're going to get so much per customer, and the cost to install, neither of which we've identified. That's why we can't build a proper economic model. That's the reason we need to demonstrate. We need to fill in those two questions. We can do that. And we can build, you know, towards and or provide a direct interim microwave link to, as an example, a major business or two to the east. We can do either one. But as Reeve Hoven has pointed out, it's very important that we get on with this. We are united. We don't have to compete with one another to be the first to have a great service in our area. We know we can enhance the service over a large area of our county, and it is the time to get started. So, and let me finish again by saying we need to apply for that CRTC grant. Don't let that be lost. Thank you.
Yes.
With the application for the CIT grant, we have to have a partner that's got 2 to 3 years experience already. So in doing that, the closest thing we're going to have to a partner is when we start talking about closing the RFP on the 23rd. We probably will not have a partner at the end of that day because there's, from the looks of it, there's going to be over 30 applications to this. So we won't, but it's hard to judge from the site because it's people go in and out all the time, whether it's 30 or 40, it could be 3 because they could all be from the same company. But there's quite a lot of interest in it anyway. So for us to actually get the CRTC grant, there's a 150-page instruction manual to apply for the grant. That's just instruction manual. So it's going to be an onerous task, to say the least. We're trying, and I did put an email and a phone call in to see if we can push it, extend it. Anyways, I just want to make sure that there's partnerships, that we know we've got to get a partnership, and we would have 7 days, 2 of those days being, you know, we wouldn't have very many days to apply for it. So it'll be onerous.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, so I recognize that we need to balance social responsibility when I think about, you know, the needs that we're certainly seeing in the community, and fiscal prudence given what we've seen happening to the economy lately. One of the comments that's been made is that we needed to have a good economic model. And I might remind this council that that economic model was looked at well over 2 years ago, and it had 2 key partnerships, and that was with the town and with the village, of which both have said no thank you to us in no uncertain terms and put it in writing. So we're going to have to look at how we do this and move forward with other partnerships that do not include those 2 groups. The other question I have is, how much is this CRTC grant for, if we were able to apply for it, and for what part of the project would it cover?
From my understanding, Councillor Lear, is it's put up by the CRTC grant. It's for the entire country of Canada, and it's $720 million, and they will break it up according to the size of the projects and the area's need. So giving a specific number that would be awarded to us would be very difficult. From what I've read.
Councillor Vandermeer.
I'd just like to comment on Cam's discussion around the grant and the fact that we don't have an operating entity. I understand that fully, and you have a proposal coming in on the 23rd. I'm not minimizing the tight constraints here, but with council's cooperation, I would submit that we could select an operator. I mean, when we talked about operating, we've already discussed that anybody who we selected would probably be for no more than 2 years anyway as we get started here. And if that were the case, if we found somebody willing to work with us for a couple of years, we could select an operator. And we may in fact change that up over time if we get somebody to work with us on the application. So although I recognize the constraint, it's worthwhile pressing, and I think this council, if we had to call a meeting to approve something, we can do that for you. Thanks.
Did you have a comment? Okay. Any further comments? Deputy Reeve Swanson, anything? No? Councillor Laird.
My question is around this grant application. And my understanding is it's basically a very large process for an application of interest before the application for the actual grant. What kind of timelines are we actually looking at if we were fortunate enough to meet the interest part first?
I've read the application as much as I could on the weekend. Going through it, it's an application of interest, and then you have to sort of prove your designs, prove this, prove that, and then they'll divvy out the funds as necessary. Timelines, I don't know, with this COVID thing and everything else, timelines could be a year, could be 6 months, could be 6 weeks. It's all over the map. I think maybe when everybody goes back to work sort of thing, I think all the stimulus money is going to start coming in then. And I think maybe the CRTC will actually hold off until then, because they'll probably want to ask for more money too. So it's hard. It's a hard read through there. It's quite a lot. It's a big slog to read all that.
Thank you.
Mr. Emmons.
Yes, Council, I think it's important. I think it's important for Council to know that administration is applying for every grant, not just the CRTC. Knowing that Council is the Economic Development Council, Broadband is also on the shovel-ready list of priorities to the province, which we're personally more optimistic given the economic stimulus priority for the province and the federal government. So that's also one of the main priorities on that list as well. So we are very aggressive in seeking this CRTC because every dollar matters, but we are also looking at other grants as well. So I thought that would be very important for Council.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah, in concert with Mr. Emmons' comments, that both provincially and federally, this concept of shovel-ready is vital, and there's going to be a bunch more money coming out. And that's all the more reason to have a decent inventory. It doesn't have to be an arm's length type of list of projects, but we need 2 or 3 good projects defined and in that queue, because there will be more money, and this is the time to be there. It's not only the time to be there relative to the need right now for this type of a service, but for the funding that is bound to flow. There'll be a a lot of money coming in this direction.
Councillor Lang.
I just want to say, like, we all know this is going to cost. It's going to cost a lot. But we also don't know the time frame that we're going to do it over. It'll make a big difference whether we do it over 5 years or 10 or 20 years. So just for everyone to keep that in their mind.
But I think it comes back to having that bigger plan and then taking that bigger plan and making smaller projects within that plan. If we do the projects without the plan, it's going to look like it's a Band-Aid solution. And we need to have that big vision in mind, which is why earlier I said I think it's time we say, admin, give us the plan. If it's a three-year plan to spend the money that we've allocated in the reserves in the budget, and then a larger 10-year plan on top of that, I think it's time for us to make that decision and go forward. Councillor Laird.
Thank you. I appreciate that we need that larger vision. We certainly need to then understand what those bite-sized pieces are. But I think we need to back up just a little bit to understand part of that vision is deciding, are we doing backbone or are we doing fiber to the premises? Because they're two very different things. And for my understanding is, I think, or I guess comment, is that I don't support going fiber to the premises if that means that we're going to be competing with local ISP providers. Because if we're in the business of becoming, and that's where I'm concerned about, I'd rather be a partner where they can hook into a system that perhaps we're able to provide than being the competition. They're very different models. And I think the other part is we need to get back out to the community and explain just how expensive this could become. Because taking this elephant and taking in bites off in one small bite and chewing it well before we swallow it is going to be very important for our community to understand for that fiscal prudence side. I think we all understand from COVID the social responsibility now. We've all had a very good taste of it, unfortunately. But there's still fiscal prudence, and without that additional grant funding from provincial and federal levels, when we talk a third, when this large of an overall project, we need to make sure that the community understands just how big this project really, really is. And we better give it some definition around backbone or fiber to the premises.
I think that ultimately comes down to the return on the investment. And I believe that by providing the backbone to existing service providers, we will reach more residents, we will reach more businesses for the same amount of dollars instead of us doing fiber to the premise. For us to do fiber to the premise, effectively we're going to have to have a really close partner that we're going to have to be working with for many years in order to get our money back for that investment. And I just think our money would be better spent putting in the backbone and letting independent businesses, whoever they may be, whether it's TELUS or any number of service providers, to do that the last meter to the house. That's how we maximize our returns. Yes.
Basically, the way I would describe the backbone solution would be, we would, with an open network, we'd be enabling the ISPs. So that's the way I would look at it. We're here to help you. You can put in the last, mile, last whatever. But I think the whole context to me is, if we've got a backbone solution, we'd be enabling all the local ISPs or TELUS's.
Councillor Duncan.
The danger there, though, is that if we enable ISPs, they're only going to take that low-hanging fruit that's economically viable. And if that means that the people that aren't connected are the ones that we'll have to connect in the end, and they're the most expensive ones to connect with the lowest rate of return. And that's the danger in not not trying to realize some return from everyone out there as opposed to that. I certainly do agree that there's, the backbone, I would definitely start with that. And I think the fiber to the premise or other solutions will kind of fall into place. And if they turn out to be good solutions that are, you know, the towers work or some kind of a, you know, farmer fix 5G up there, whatever works in a community to get it connected works, then we may be okay, especially on the residential side. You know, the business is different because they're going to require that, they upload, right? They need that speed for upload as well as download. So just, you know, I understand, yeah, the economics and that it's expensive, but for a long-term plan to get everyone in the county a service that they want, the ones that are most expensive are the ones that we're going to be left with if we don't remain active, at least cognizant of what the costs are.
Thanks. In terms of that, I agree they're going to go after the low-hanging fruit. If they get access to the backbone and for the fiber to the home or whatever, they're going to put it into the high-end areas first. That's something you can sort of control because you're becoming like a sub-regulatory body if they're accessing your network. So you can control the price. Okay, say if they go in and they're offering too much, or we go in, you can go in and augment the service to compete with them if you want, or charge them more for the internet access or backbone access. So there's a regulatory aspect to that they have to keep the prices controlled and not, you know, not just killing the area because now they're starved and then they're going to be taking all kinds of subscriptions and just jack up their prices. So you have a certain degree of control as a regulator. You're not the CRTC, but you are a county regulator, okay, when you're offering that open access network. So that's something you have to be cognizant about and making sure that the competitors get free access and competitive leverage within those locations. Covering everybody, if they're not coming up to the measure, then you can go in and you can offer WiMAX service. You can offer different things like that and build out fiber to the home if that's later on, if that's the case. So it's not something you need to do right away. You can see where your partners or your ISP providers can actually provide the service. If they can't meet the targets, then you can go in and augment that. That's an option. Okay?
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, I was just going to restate, I guess, my agreement with Councillor Duncan that, you know, if you just have the backbone structure and let somebody take over at the end, those who provide that will only provide the minimum to hold those clients. They will not provide a level of service that is competitive. And I am not interested in providing an inferior service that forever leaves our citizens at a disadvantage against other residents of this province. So in the long run, we have to put fiber in a lot of places. It's not going to be able to go everywhere, but we can, by a gradual process, and Councillor Lang has made this point as well, that you know, this is not like building an administration building where you make the decision one day and it's done and the money's gone. You can increase the speed of deployment or you can throttle it back depending on the circumstance of that year or a few years. So to again leave our citizens with a monopoly service provided by one ISP because they are the ones with the connection to our backbone structure doesn't help. We've been through this discussion many times, and the only long-term solution is to own it right down to the premise or to have influence, as Mr. Quinn points out, in a pseudo-regulatory manner so that that gets done. So I think we do need a decision, and in terms of return on investment, we're not sure what the return is. You probably all heard the presentation from Southgrow that you can run fiber everywhere in this province and get a return when you bring in all of the social returns of a fiber installation. So, clearly we want to get to the point where we are getting, covering our operating costs and getting something on that. But this is a fundamentally important service that we cannot take a chance on. As I mentioned, if you look at where we're headed as a result of this one pandemic, there's only two sectors that have longevity at this point in time. And the key one is technology. And when you talk about the people out in Ferrier, we're talking now about home-based businesses. Where is our economy going to get started again from? It's not going to get started again from the oil industry investing, because there's a surplus of oil that will extend for a number of years. So there's going to be no investment in oil. There's going to be investment in cleaning up wells. That is not a viable project. It's a necessary remedy. So we're going to start with a new set of businesses. It would be nice if people out in these residences were able to start those businesses from today onward. So this is what will enable our economic development starting at a grassroots level, and it's absolutely vital.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Repoven. Yes, Council. The agenda before was to go through a list of priority projects, and the conversation that Council is currently having is extremely important because it does need to happen. It does need to be agreed upon prior to even going forward with any projects, because the how is imperative. Council did provide administration with direction to seek out other opportunities and options, which could include an RFP that could potentially partner with private ASP, be it TELUS, Shaw, or whoever else put forward the most palatable, encouraging proposal to augment dollars. Council's current conversation, at least with some of Council, isn't supporting that initiative today. So I do think Council needs to settle on what administration is doing for Council. Is it county-owned 100%? Is it those other initiatives that could involve partners with private? This is a conversation that Council had in the past and is respectfully rehabbing here today. And the agenda was on dealing with Councillor Vandermeer's project, so I'd respectfully challenge Council. That does need to be addressed.
Thank you. Any comments? Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, quickly, getting started. I mean, we've had a lot of difficulty simply getting started on this file. If you start with a partnership, you probably have trouble converting that to 100% position at some later date. If you start 100%, you have the control, the timing, you can move quickly, you can get started, you can answer some of the questions, and you can always convert that. You can always sell off a portion of it or give it away, but it's hard to go the other way. So in terms of acting decisively, establishing credentials, working with, and when we say partnerships, we've already said, the one thing we have said is that we want somebody else to operate this thing. We don't have the skill set in-house, and we're not intending on developing that. At this time, if you look at major telecoms, their best return is going to happen in the cities of this country. So they aren't going to be really enthusiastic. So there's a lot of reason, I think, to go 100%, get started, demonstrate that this is a way of going forward to see if you can attract federal money to begin with. And as we've stated, there's going to be infrastructure spend by both the senior levels of government. So let's see if we can get started on that, because clearly the early discussion was we're going to start spending 100%, and we had a number of tens of $million we might be prepared to spend on this file. And then we said we could expand it even further if we came to a third at some point. And clearly, in order to become economic on the whole package, we need those other levels of government to make it go. But in terms of overall return, when you bring in the education, the social aspects, and the e-medicine side, there's good reason for doing the project. And I appreciate Mr. Emmons bringing up the point whether we need to look for partners right now or simply get somebody to operate this thing as we go forward. And that second route, going with an operator, is what I'm advocating.
Councillor Lang.
So based on what Mr. Emmons said, Councillor Vandermeer said, I have a question. So, and Tim, you might be able to help. Probably can. You said earlier, Tim, that the most critical way to start is to get the backbone in. So, and Mr. Emmons brought up that council needs to decide, is this going to be 100% county owned, or is it going to be with partnerships? Can we not, and I understand why we have to get this demo project going, we need to find the costs. And without the costs, it's going to be hard to determine if it needs to be 100% county owned or if we should go with partnerships. Councillor Vandermeer, you mentioned that we could sell some of this off if it didn't work out. So my question for administration, would it be possible to go ahead with a demo project, learn from that, and then be able to continue on either 100% county owned, or as Councillor Vandermeer suggested, change a route and look then towards partnerships? I just think, the more I think about it, the more I believe this demo project is important. We're going to have a hard time doing a demo project without a partner, or with a partner, and these costs are very important. And these costs will give us that missing link, that missing piece. It'll educate us and give us more direction how to proceed forward. So my question to administration, could we do that? Could we start off with the county, backbone 100%, and then maybe back off and change direction? Is that possible?
Short answer, Councillor Lang, is yes, it is. We could definitely do that. All we need is really direction from council. If council is majority or united that what it looks like, we own it, and go forward, and we're willing to take that on, then short answer is yes. Going through the process, administration's heard from council that a third was extremely important. We're seeking that because with the COVID, there's new times. There might be opportunity today for this that wasn't there prior, because months ago there was not a third. Council through its research also learned that the business model was with the densities. And again, without the town of Rocky and Caroline, we vary greatly from the county of Red Deer. In dealing with their administration, their populace is much closer together and much more dense. Their subdivision's larger, which gave them a large advantage over the geographic area of Clearwater County. So going through the education process with council, yes, Councillor Lang, we can. We just need direction from council to do so.
Councillor Duncan.
I think Tim made a good point earlier that the backbone is our way to control the level of service and what some of the costs are going to be for people that sign on. At the very least, we need to own the backbone. I right at this point, I guess my preference would be for us to get going on some of this backbone. We can start to work out fiber to the premises that goes along. If we start to see lots of interest from ISPs and they're coming up with plans that would fit with our vision and our requests for level of service and speeds and costs, then we'll have the opportunity to form those partnerships. But the only way we can achieve that, I think, is that we must own the backbone. So the starting project for the backbone would be out west because that's where the grant is. It's already partially paid for. After that, we have to prioritize depending on budget and how much we want to spend. But there's a number of options out there. I think the one to the south to give us that second connection to the Caroline area or to the backup line there is one. Although that one is not a straight through route down Highway 22 because there's just not enough people along that route, right? You have to take that one probably through the Everdale area to be in a position to start picking up those residents because that is a very high density residential area too, is south at Everdale. There's a number of subdivisions there, and that area is one that's been identified by council as for future growth as well because it is within 3 miles of pavement and has the services that we sort of require in our current MDP. One question I do have is the RFP that we sent out is for an operator, right? That's maybe you could just sort of refresh us on what we're actually going to get out of this RFP that's coming through.
The RFP that we've put out is a design build. So what we're asking for is a management company and an ISP to come and do the work. The intent is that we own all the infrastructure and the management company comes in and manages it and works, break, fix and all that kind of stuff, sets it up. So as it's a proposal, it's a little more open than most. It's not a tender. So we're expecting some answers to come back for costs and more of an open idea of different ideas and different paths and routes that we could take to capitalize on the revenue that we could make in the area.
So
think that's right.
just sort of supplemental that, and then I'll let Tim. With the in a system like that, all the returns come to the county, and then we pay out to the management, or do the returns go? The proposal will be that the manager gets all the returns depending on what.
That's the discussions we're going to get into with them after we've seen the proposals, because there could be both ways, and some of the proposals could be they want to extend to the premises or something like that. Right. So that's why we've left the design build to leave it up to their expertise to do that.
I just finished a project with Cross Lake Fiber. They went underneath Lake Ontario across to Buffalo and to New York. And they outsourced everything, all their management. So it broke up into about 3 sections. One was the NOC Center, which was the actual electronics part. That company actually did the NOC part of it. They had a virtual NOC or 2 NOC system. And then they had another company that would do the emergency in the States, emergency repairs. And then one in Canada for emergency repairs. And then they had also the maintenance, general maintenance, so on and so forth. So that was how they broke it up in terms of outsourcing. Now the outsourcing company is, or companies, they get paid so much per year, or bi-monthly, or paid so much a year. or some of them that are on standby, like the emergency ones, they have to have all the equipment, so there's a retainer that goes in there. So if they get called out for any emergency repairs of the fiber, they don't come into the revenue based on the fiber. The revenue of the fiber should all come back to the county on the backbone. Whether you're lighting the fiber and providing a certain bandwidth on different locations, or you're leasing dark fiber to some of the, maybe the mobile companies or whatever, they'll light it themselves. Okay, so all that revenue would come back here. And you'd pay a certain percentage per year for the maintenance or monitoring.
One of the things that all of council can agree on is the need to own the backbone. We do not want to build a backbone and then give it away to some company. Right? Are we all in agreement on that aspect? The issue we're having is, what do we do after the backbone? Do we own it to the premise, or do we work with local service providers to get that last mile done? Is that a good synopsis of our roadblock at this point? If someone disagrees, please let us know, because we can be arguing about the wrong thing otherwise. Councillor Lang.
I believe you're accurate, Tim. However, we could start off owning it 100%, getting the costs, and then change direction. So Mr. Emmons and I believe Tim had answered that. So owning the backhaul is a given. We're going to have to own that.
Yes.
But I don't think we need to decide right now. I think we can get that missing link, those costs through the demo. And then we can proceed forward owning it, or we can partner or go off in another direction.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if we're at that critical place right now.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Just a comment, at this point in the evolution of our economy, where's the investment coming from? Well, it's interesting to note that every industry is asking the federal governments, whether it's in the US or Europe or Canada, for funding. And there are major industries, and I'll give you an example, like the aircraft and airline industry. The US government's no doubt going to wind up owning or controlling Boeing at the end of this through loans. And the airline industry is not coming back for a number of years, and without federal funding, most of those will be out of business. So the only real source, it's not a good time to be asking private enterprise to put money in unless you're going to give them a fat return with a guarantee. There's not a lot of risk capital available, and that's the reason the governments are stepping in with these infrastructure programs. And it doesn't matter whether you're on the left or the right of the political spectrum, you're all lined up asking for the federal money. And provinces are asking for it even. So if governments are going to have to fund these things, let's not have it go to a company that's going to continue to take money out of the community. We might as well take the money as a owner of the infrastructure, be it backbone infrastructure or to the premise. Own it, see how that works out, and try to get federal and provincial funds coming into that program.
Deputy Reeve Swanson, yes.
I agree with Councillor Duncan's synopsis about let's do the backbone and start with that, and then going from there. We do have a demo that we can learn from, and that is Red Deer County. They have prices, they have experiences that they've done. We don't have to reinvent and do our own study with that. So Yes, they have different challenges than maybe we have, but for the most part, we're just looking for a baseline price point, and so I believe that Red Deer County could, or through administration, could get those numbers in that regard and understand the uptake and everything else that's coming as well. So as far as owning, the backbone is great. We will see what, there is an opportunity for not, and I believe us as council, we are assuming that there's just one major player, and that would be the TELUS, that would not want to play in our game, which is fine. But there are other ISPs out there that would probably want to come, and that's, to me, economic development, because maybe there is an opportunity for somebody who is sitting on an opportunity to be able to start their own ISP, and we may be the one that will give them a happy hand on that. So backbone for me, and the demo's already done as far as I'm concerned through Red Deer County. And I'm anxious to see what administration will bring back as far as the major plan.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Just to comment on that, Councillor Swanson, Red Deer County, in fact, does not have much by way of numbers. They only have that little link where they bid out to the industrial subdivision at the intersection of Highway 42 and Highway 2. And as you know, that was bid by another party that was 1/2 the price of TELUS to do that. But beyond that, their plans are in place, so they're really in the same position we are going forward. They're getting other communities, Penhold and Delburn, as I understand it. And we could get a comment from their mayor. I talk to him regularly. I've talked to him late last week, and he'd be quite happy to provide some comments and come to a meeting, but perhaps we could even have him come to a meeting via Zoom with us.
I guess I'd like to supplement with that then.
Yes.
As much as I would appreciate Mayor Wood's opportunity to speak to our council, I think maybe admin to admin would be better. Council can stay out of the weeds on that, and just admin can bring us back the bare bones on what we need to make a decision on as far as that.
Comment
Yes.
on that, Councillor Swanson, is that in terms of policy and direction, the Reeve there is the right one to talk to, because they have a vision for where they're going, and we need to understand that.
I think we will break for lunch a few minutes early, refresh ourselves, and then we'll come back at 12:30, 12:35 after a break, and we'll continue our discussion. It's 12:44. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We were discussing internet, and the primary issue is what role does the county play in that last mile? We are all in agreement that the backbone problem, the county can make a solution for that. But that last mile, the last connection to the people's homes, who is going to be the ISP? Is the county the ISP? Do we have a partner who does the ISP? That is the issue that we're discussing. So did anyone have any new insights over lunch? Councillor Laird.
Go ahead.
I know that we talk about, ISPs that would come in and partner, and of course, they'd be looking for that, low-hanging fruit is what we've called it, those original groups that's easy to connect, and I guess I'm looking at this from two different perspectives. Certainly, I see that as a viable option to have those ISPs come in and do that. And for those that, you find after the fact that, they're just not being served, I see that as a role that we could play in, number one, regulating how the ISPs do their job and what level of and scope we expect them to provide it, and perhaps maybe even incentivize those areas that wouldn't otherwise get served. Then if it still was not being served, then I see it as a social responsibility, then that as the county or the governance model, that's when I see us being able to play a role. Now that being said, I guess I just want to remind us, we can certainly make our best recommendations as we move forward. It's still absolutely imperative that we go back out to the public. I believe that was Deputy Reeves Swanson's motion, and part of it was to go back out to the community. I believe it was over 3 years ago that we asked the public if they thought, if they wanted better internet. And the reality is that the answer is yes, we all want better internet. But that does not constitute, basically consent to go ahead and spend the millions of dollars we're talking about. We absolutely need to get back out to the public and make sure that we still have that level of support and that level of understanding of why we are moving ahead with the project. So I kind of threw a few thoughts out there, get us talking again, I guess.
Councillor Lang.
Okay, so this thought just popped into my head. I'm not sure if it's possible or not. But if we do go ahead and do a demo project, why could we not have different aspects of the demo project? Maybe a portion of it with fiber to the home, the other portion without fiber to the home, and compare the take-up and the costs. And then we would get a little bit more data. I'm not sure if that would be possible. Tim, maybe you can help?
If you're going for home access, there's an infrastructure internally that you're going to have to set up, like set-top boxes, modems that you're going to have to put into play, the connectivity to the home itself, the different other component splitters and so on and so forth that you're going to have to put into place to go into those homes, and the administration and billing that you're going to have to set up as well. So there's a lot of peripheral infrastructure that you'll have to set up to actually do that kind of business, other than just putting fiber to the home. If you're going to offer the service, you've got to provide everything. So that's one of the downsides of it. If you're going to go that deep, there's another part of it that you have to be prepared to cover the cost on.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Comment on that, Tim. That part of the infrastructure, though, is very small compared with getting the fiber into that home.
Oh, totally agree.
So in that regard, that's where That's where, as an example, if you had an ISP that did even that, they could get a handsome return off of that for actually not much money. And that's why I have been not advocating for the ISP to do that, because that's just the easy money. You can contract to have somebody do that. If you can contract and have them bid so that you get that cost of providing, really what you're talking about is the maintenance, which is a very small item with fiber as well. Why not buy those modems and splitters, because that's part of the system. As soon as you give away one linkage getting into that home, you've given away the ability to manage the service and cost to a significant degree. You can maintain the ability to manage those costs and still have somebody do that work for you.
Yes, you can. I mean, like as a neutral player here, as a regulator for this backbone and access for this network. If you put fiber to the home, yes, you can say, okay, it's open for all players. If you want to use it, you can use it. It's not for one particular ISP kind of structure.
The point I'm making, Kim, is that for buying a modem, somebody else can't come in and compete on that basis. I mean, he's kind of got that, he's got that customer, because the service at that point is not going to get poorer or better with, once the fiber is there, the ability to provide a high level of service is there for any ISP that may own the modem. So at that point, it's unlikely that you will change once that individual ISP has that little piece of infrastructure. What's the incentive for a customer to change, I guess, is the question.
It comes down to cost. What's it cost to them from the providers?
Right.
That's basically what it comes down to.
I think it's also an issue of customer service, because we get phone calls about roads that haven't been graded, culverts that are frozen. And if the county is being the ISP for that last mile, you know, a frozen culvert's one thing, but when you've got your business dependent on high-speed internet and the internet goes down, instead of calling the local service provider and they're calling the county office, the county can do many things, but we are not in the, we are good at many things, but when it comes to having the technicians who will run out immediately on the weekends and doing all that, the cost for us to have that infrastructure and support structures in place is going to make our service more expensive than any other local service provider. We've got Neil out doing his farrier stuff. He's taking the risk. He's doing the work. He's going to benefit from this grant that the county got to put fiber out there. Good for Neil. He planned it well, it worked. But if someone's internet goes down along that fiber line and farrier, they don't call the county office. They will be calling Neil, and Neil will be getting up and going to do that work. And Neil, I'm sure, will not be paying himself as much as we would be paying for a county employee to go out on the weekend on call to fix the line. So when we are that ISP, when we are doing that last mile, our costs are going to be higher than anyone else in the industry. And just to maintain that level of service and have the infrastructure in place to maintain it in case things go south, it's going to make our service more expensive, and we're going to be subsidizing those people who have that internet. So I'm going to go back to an earlier point. We are all in agreement of the backbone. We are disagreeing on whether or not the county is that last mile service provider. And that's been the holdup for the last 2 years on whether or not we've been able to move forward. So I think we need to, I don't know if we can just agree to disagree on that last mile, and so we can move ahead on what we agree on. Because we can keep arguing for another 2 years about whether or not we want to be an internet service provider. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Repoven. I just wouldn't mind bringing council back, again, to the agenda at hand was a list of topics, priorities for projects moving forward that were previously presented. On the topic council's currently discussing and debating, administration has direction from council on a past motion to explore alternative options. And administration has not been sitting on that. Some of our RFPs are built around that. So it is always council's purview and privilege to change direction. But I guess I'd respectfully ask that council feel confident this is a large project on the direction it wishes to go, because right now we have a motion on the books that, you know, pending on this conversation in strategic planning, council may want to rescind. I don't know, but I know administration is working on based on the last motion, and if there isn't support in that motion, we truly do need to know that. Thank you.
Rick, do you have that, or Tracy, could you pull up that last motion that Rick was referenced so we can all be on the same page with it?
That's the last one, I think. That is the last one.
There was a different motion. Just what Mr. Evans had said, to explore alternatives. I remember that.
Now, just to ask Cam, your RFP, reference comment, your request for proposals out there allows for a full range of possibilities, including fiber to the premise, I presume, including just we'll take over from the backbone and all of that. So we're going to get some input on that, right?
Oh, absolutely. That's the intent. That's what a design build is design. You guys do, like, components do all work. And hopefully there's alternatives. I'm looking forward to that.
While Tracy's looking at that, any other comments?
Sorry, just.
Councillor Duncan.
Cam, how far did that build go, just to,
It goes,
did it go just, it went past just Farrier Hall, right? It
Yeah,
goes
Farrier-
farther
yeah.
west to the,
and we were gonna go a little further, well, a little different, or we're gonna go to that Martin Pit
right?
area, because we actually own the property, and it would be easy for us to put it.
That's just on
put in
11A there, yeah.
Put in a substation, not.
Cam, if you wouldn't mind using the microphone so
Oh,
the
sorry.
live stream can hear you.
So okay.
Yeah, so we'd be using the Martin Pit area, so that's roughly where it'd go to, and then the ISPs or whoever would hook into that area.
At the Martin Pit.
At the Martin Pit, yeah.
But did you specify for the RFP how far west they were to go? Like it was, it was up at least as far as Farrier, or the trailer course just west of
Yes,
Farrier? And
yeah, it was just past, I forget the name of the road for.
it'd be a Range Road.
Yeah, Range Road.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I don't know if it'd be, depends how far they went, but that would be the one that goes down to the south side of the tracks there and stuff, right? That would be.
Bad with the Range Road names, because they don't have names.
But it wouldn't be out to that 10-mile road, though.
It wouldn't be quite that far.
Got the map there, Jim, yeah.
I'll just get that information.
We'd probably pick up 80 or 90% of the residents that are out in Farrier on that.
Is there, well, if Tracy wasn't busy, I'd ask her to put Google Maps up so people watching the live stream can see from where to where that plan is. I think it's more important we get the motion.
But it's probably the road that goes back to the historic site from, you know, the long way. It goes underneath the Blue Bridge there.
And
Lines from-
alternatively, if it's a build to design and the company, whoever the proponent is, they may change the routing to the roads, because, you know, they could do different mileage. They could have a contract with ATCO or somebody, use some gas lines in there, so they may have different routes. So I wouldn't really hold the routes yet.
And it may come down just to a cost per meter for us in terms of budget and how far we want to go anyway. So it's not really critical at this point to pick an end point, I guess.
Councillor Laird.
Just, I guess, looking at Councillor or Deputy Reeve Swanson's motion from the March 10th motion that she made, that came with public engagement, and I guess I'd like to ask staff how they envision doing the public engagement to ensure that, you know, we're not putting the cart before the horse. If you've got any idea on how you want to address that. I understand COVID has really thrown a wrench in this, but I'd like, your best guess is good enough for me.
Okay, well, best guess scenario is I've been sort of investigating ways other companies do it, you know, example, you know, TELUS and et cetera. Well, what they do a lot of the times is they post on their website, do you want internet? If you go and sign up for internet, most of the time you have to put your address in, and they'll tell you what packages are available. So I would think something like an online survey or an online survey tool that would map back into our GIS, and that would give us the amount of homes and people interested in it and what size of packages even. We could be a little granular into that. So I see on an online solution almost a more advanced survey.
Yes.
Question. Simply asking people if they want better internet when they can barely use the internet they've got is a pretty simple answer. Yes, they want better internet. I think it's a deeper question about what role they think that we as the council and the governing body who are in charge of the funds, what role they see us playing. I think that's the bigger question, especially given the size and scope of this project. I think there is some general consensus, and if not, certainly COVID has shone that light of need within our community, of the digital divide, of many multitudes of reasons why we need better. Again, looking for some way that we can interact with our public and have real meaningful engagement. It's got to be more than, do you want better internet?
Well, yeah, I was just using that as an example, but really we could ask any question you want. And the other option, I guess we could do public Zoom meetings, or not Zoom necessarily, but public meetings we could try online. It would be an experiment, but you know, it's a new world, so everything's open.
Personally, I would like to see us have a more interactive option. Survey certainly will give us some information. I think interactivity will be important, and it may even shine a light on the exact deficiencies we have in our community. If we're trying to do it, it may even prove the point.
Councillor Lang.
I'm just thinking here, I think we might have a hard time doing public engagement through online means. Those ones, I know the ones in my area don't even have internet, a lot of them. So their answer is going to be yes, and they won't even be able to reply. Many of my constituents, at best, they have sketchy cell service, and they're not going to go on and do a county survey on a cell phone. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think we need to do better than that. Maybe we can, with our publication that we put out every 2 months, maybe we have to go back to manual form where they mail it in. I think everyone gets that.
Quite a statement when we have to use paper to have a poll on the internet. Councillor, or Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Yeah, so we also have another opportunity to put out the question, and questions, I think, should be when we put out our tax notice, which is coming out shortly as well.
Thank you. Councillor Laird.
Part of that is also framing the understanding of what the fiscal implications are for this size and scope of project. It's one thing that we're starting with a small demonstration project, as you've indicated, Councillor Vandermeer. This is a much larger vision than just one area and one line going out to a community. When we look at the larger project, it comes with a much dearer or bigger check, quite frankly. And I think we need to be able to tell the community how big that cost really is, because it's more than just tens of millions of dollars. And especially if we don't have grants. Now, do I hope that we get grants? Absolutely. Do I want to see this get, improved? Absolutely. But we need to be informing the public of what that fiscal implication is, so that they can help make that decision as well and inform us, so that we can continue to have appropriate direction.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, we certainly need the input, and in terms of the problem we have, though, is in defining what the project will ultimately be. I don't believe that we can define it at this time. We certainly can't define how much federal or provincial support we will get. And those two components really determine the cost ultimately to the residents and the municipality of this kind of a service. So until we get out there, do a demonstration project, confirm the costs, confirm the take rate, because the take rate is very important, and confirm the level of service. I have very little doubt that most residents will accept hookup to a service that is competitive with today's cost structure if they're going to get something that's 10 or 100 times better. So there's no way that I can see of telling how much grant structure may be part of the overall financial structure of the project. And the best way to get grants coming your way is to get started on something, demonstrate some competence, show that you're providing a service that your public wants, and then see where it goes. And clearly, as I've mentioned before, the pace with which you do this is completely flexible depending on the circumstances of the day. So even though we can't define the ultimate costs or the financing structure, I think we can remain flexible and we can just keep pushing this system out, and we can modify the approach, the use of ISPs, the use of wireless if we have to. But we need a service that will make residents in our county, residents and businesses, competitive with the worldwide financial and technical scene.
Councillor Lang.
So, Councillor Liard, just can't remember exactly what you said, but something triggered in my mind here. One of the first questions that we get asked when we go out to public engagement is, what is this going to cost? And so, which takes us back to that demo project. Because we have gone out, we've gone out a few times. And I remember clearly we got a yellow light to proceed forward cautiously. People want to know the costs. We've got nothing more to tell them right now until we get some costs, which takes me back to this. Maybe we should look at a demo project, and as I've heard from Mr. Emmons, we can change direction if we need to. So I'm just kind of thinking that might make sense to get these costs so we can answer our own questions and the questions from the public.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Just one other comment, and we can look to other recent projects that we've considered. You need to complete your design work, of course, and to the extent that you have preliminary RFPs, or in this case, I believe Cam has indicated that we're going to have some responses to our initial request for an RFP into the Ferrier area. We will know right away here what the options are. And I would expect it's going to take a couple of days of sorting, particularly since you mentioned you may have 30 proposals. You know, even if you boil that down to 5 or 10, it's still going to take a little fine pencil sorting to decide how you would go about it and how you would fund it. So we will know quite soon, and I think if we wanted to select a route to go forward, we would make a recommendation and say this is what we think is the best and this is what we're going to do, but please offer your comments on it. That's what we would normally do.
I'm going to take us back a step again. The log jam that we are facing, the thing that's holding everything up is that question of, does the county provide that last mile of service? We have a situation in Condor with the new public services building. It has internet. We could put out an RFP saying the county will put up a tower, we'll supply internet to the tower. What are some RFPs for us getting fiber or internet wirelessly to the residents of Condor? We could do that, but that would not have us owning that last mile. That would be working with the partnership. if you look at the broadband policy that we passed 2 years ago, it says Clearwater County will invest in and own a high-speed internet broadband network. And when I read that, I believe that policy says we're gonna own that last mile as well, not just work with partners for that last mile. And I think it's that one line that's been holding up this whole project, because we have consensus on the most important part, the backbone. If we can get the backbone and we could work with smaller providers that already exist, bigger providers that exist, there's gonna be a lot of engineers unemployed in the future. Maybe they wanna start an internet company for some of these local subdivisions. But if we can get that backbone out as quickly as possible and then let some entrepreneurs take over from there, we will get service out really quickly. The other option is we can keep debating this, whether we want to own that last mile or not. And it's been 2 years, at least 2 years, and I don't believe we're ever gonna get consensus on it. When we talk about doing a demo project for take rate, the numbers we would get would be highly inaccurate. If we did a demo project in a place that had no internet, we'd have 100% take rate. If we did a demo project out in the eastern side of the county where lots of people are content with their TELUS hubs, we'd have a much lower take rate. So no matter where we do the demo project, we're not gonna get accurate take rates. It's ultimately gonna be a gamble in that last mile. Whereas if we can put the backbone up and make it accessible to businesses and entrepreneurs to take it that last mile, then we're gonna get some solutions happening. Because one solution, the one idea that we would bring forward for the whole county isn't gonna work in the whole county. And we need to get localized solutions for each individual smaller community. And I also think just of the capacity of our administration. There's only so many hours in the day, and for them to have to come up with different solutions for every different community, every different geographical feature in this county, we don't have enough staff or brain power to figure that out. Whereas if we can harness the power of the community and harness those entrepreneurs out there to move something forward, we do have the brain power. I understand the passion of some people on this council for that last mile service and to have that Cadillac service that no one else in the world has. Unfortunately, we don't have the resources to provide a Cadillac service for everyone in the county. We're gonna have to find a solution, try to get to that 50-10, not the gigabit, that would be the ideal solution. Like I said earlier, we have to maximize the returns on our investment. So we can either provide 700 people with the best system in the world, or we could look at providing 15,000 people with service that is twice what they have now, which for a lot of businesses is what it's gonna, it's not perfect, but it's what it's gonna take to help them be more successful. I think we just need to come to some kind of consensus on this logjam we're facing, or else we're gonna keep going round and around and around. And I'd rather not have to just have a vote to say this is the way it is, if we can come to some kind of consensus. And being completely honest, there might be some communities where we cannot find a local entrepreneur. Maybe there's a subdivision that no one's stepping forward, maybe then the county does step in. So we can provide a quality of service when there isn't a local person or a local business that wants to do it. But we have to move forward. We have to come to a consensus somehow. Not on everything, because we're not going to get there, but if we can come to a consensus on 75% and start to spend that money, start to invest in our community, we will be so far ahead. It won't be perfect, but it will be it will be better than what our residents have now. Councillor Laird.
I will start with well said, Reeve Hogan. I agree with what you've indicated. I guess my only divergence is in how I interpret that policy. And I know it says and own, and I seen that as we could own it. Doesn't mean we have to for that last mile. Other than that, I think you said it well. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
My interpretation of that is that whatever we buy, we own. If we don't do the last mile, we don't own it. I don't think there's anything in that motion or that policy that says we're gonna own everything. It just says that whatever we pay for, we will own. We're not gonna give grants out to people to put the last mile in and not get the benefit of that ourselves. So that's my interpretation of that. I do agree that we're at a bit of a logjam here. I think that'll probably be settled somewhat when we see the RFPs come back. Those RFPs are probably going to be fairly telling in terms of what they're proposing. If we're seeing a bunch of ISPs step up to the plate and they've got good proposals, they're willing to accept, you know, the level of control that we are wanting to have, or we decide that we're going to need to provide the service we want, because we've always said time and time again that we can't, at some point we have to have a level of service that we're happy with. We don't want everybody mad at the county and their ISP because they're not getting the service they thought they were going to get. So I think the purpose of today is, we're going around and around, like you say, on a bunch of stuff that we probably should wait a little bit on until we see the RFPs back. I think we're okay, and we've given direction to move forward to go to Farrier. If there's another place we want to move forward, or give, and Nordegg, if there's another project that we want to move forward on, then I think we should give in direction on that as well. And I have ideas, or we've got, kicked around several ideas on that, whether that's the south leg or going east. Yeah, I'm not sure yet if maybe it's premature to do that until we see how we're going to proceed when we go out farther, when we go west, because you're right, capacity is there. We don't have staff to even manage a large number of projects if they get complicated, or if they're requiring a bunch of management more than we thought they would require. But the RFPs, I think, are going to be telling in a lot of respects.
Councillor Lang.
Everyone here has made good sense, and Reeve, you said something that resonated with me. I really don't want to see the county operating this. I don't think that is going to be beneficial to anyone. I have a question for, I think it was Murray. Was it about 6 months ago? They were talking about the grants. Weren't these grants, weren't they contingent on having a partner in order to access some of these grants? Dollars is a huge concern, so if we have to go it alone and can't get these grants, that makes no sense either.
That's correct. Particularly for the CRTC grant that we're talking about today, is we need to have an identified partner with, I believe it's 2 years established experience in the field. So that is a limitation today, and one more reason that was supporting our approach in terms of putting RFPs out there with respect to identified areas of priority within the county, and basically throwing the net wide to possible proponents to say, come provide a solution to improve connectivity and broadband performance in this area, and having a multiple number of solutions to choose from in that process, and ultimately being able to accommodate choosing partners through that method.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, just touching on that operator issue, certainly I think everyone around this table expects that we will contract an operator. That I thought we had pretty much decided a long time ago. So when we apply for a CRTC grant, of course we will have an operator. Getting one in place between April 23rd and April 30th is not all that easy an assignment. Maybe possible. I'd like to see that happen. Let's see what happens. But relative to the Cadillac service, what we're talking about is not a Cadillac service. I want to be very clear on that. 5010, the minimum currently prescribed as acceptable by the CRTC. The CRTC also understands that this is not the goal ultimately, that this is about all we can do as a first step. And it's not acceptable, in my mind, to relegate the citizens of Clearwater County to an inferior, not a Cadillac, but to an inferior service that perpetually places them in a poor competitive position relative to our friends and neighbors and business associates in the cities. That is simply not acceptable. Just because you live in a rural area does not mean you have to take a second-rate service. And as I also agree with Councillor Duncan's point about, you know, if we're going to invest in it, we're going to own what we invest in. I certainly interpret it that way. But there'll be places where, and I think the example was made of Condor. I proposed Condor a few weeks ago, as a place that we could throw up a tower and invite ISPs to pay us a certain amount per customer if they want to use that tower and the transmitted signal to serve customers in the area. And that would be a perfect example of how we might do it. It may last a long time at that level of service, or it may be replaced at some later date with a better level of service. But it would be an ideal opportunity to enhance the service in a particular part of the county, and we should be looking for those in other places. So we need to have a real quality level of service that we do not hope someone may provide a certain and adequate service level. Hope is not a plan. We need to come up with a way of providing quality service to the citizens of our community, because the current telecoms are not, and all the current telecoms do is pick off the low-hanging fruit in the community.
So what I'm hearing, Councillor Vandermeer, is that you do not, you are content with doing the backbone, going to these points, and I'm going to use the Condor Public Services building as an example because I brought it up, you brought it up. If we had a backbone to a few points like that throughout the county, and then we opened up RFPs for those locations for local businesses or larger outside the county businesses to give internet, and as long as we define 5010 as a minimum level for people, that is something that we, all 7 of us, would be in consensus with. Well, just, we have the idea of going, the Condor Public Service Works building, Public Works building already has internet. The county can put up a tower, and then we'll put an RFP out looking for ideas on how, open it up to anybody, how do we get internet from that tower to people within the village of Condor or hamlet of Condor? Now, as long as that minimum standard is going to be 50 up and 10 down, no, 50 down and 10 up, I think we should all be very happy with that. It's not the fastest internet in the planet, but it's better than the majority of the people in the county. So if we developed a backbone network to different parts of the county and then did RFPs for those locations, is that a plan that we could all be in consensus on to move forward and go out to our community and get support for? Yes.
You said that I brought it up, and I did bring it up. And it is an interim solution. But to answer your question, would that be adequate? The answer in my mind is absolutely not. That is not an acceptable level of service. It may get you by today, but I think, I mean, you're a heavy user yourself, Reeve Hoven. In the long run, there's going to be a lot more usage for these connections. And 5010 is not regarded as competitive quality long-term, or the capacity long-term. As an example, Red Deer County and the mayor there just came back from a trip to France where he's trying to attract businesses to locate within Red Deer County. And his goal is to advertise 1 gig service up and down as the reason for locating in Red Deer County. So forget about our city brothers and sisters for a moment and just think of neighboring municipalities. I'm saying we should not set ourselves up for failure by having goals that are minimus. We need to be competitive and have flexibility, and the only flexibility that you have for long-term quality service is to have fiber to many places. And I'd never say it'll be to every place, but you need fiber in a lot of places, and as an interim solution, you could throw a tower and a signal off that tower in Condor and help out for the interim. It's not a long-term solution. Thank you.
I didn't mean to imply that it would be the solution for all time, but compared to what residents of Condor have now, it would be a solution, or maybe a good solution for 5 years, until better technology comes around and we have the resources to improve it, or a company comes in and has the resources to improve it. We are not in a situation where we can get everyone 1 gig. And instead of having a small group of people, 700 people, for example, 700 residences getting 1 gig up and 1 gig down, I'm saying we need to lower our expectations and get faster internet for as many people as possible. Because we could spend a lot of money on few residents, or we can spend a lot of money to help as many residents as possible. We don't have the reserves to do it perfectly, so we have to figure out how we're going to do it adequately. Councillor Lang.
Hoven, I'm not opposed to your suggestion. It might be something that would work for Condor in the interim. Yes. However, that type of service would not work in my area because of the train and the trees. So it's not a one solution fits all in this county. And some areas are going to take a different solution, and some areas are going to cost more money than others. Hopefully, you know, if we did what you suggest and had that work in the interim, hopefully Condor down the road would have fiber as the resources become available. So like I say, I'm not opposed, but that solution would not work out west. And Ferrier is more than 700. Ferrier might be 700, but when you add Ridgeland, West Ferrier, Horberg, the 2 trailer parks, you're probably looking more like 1,500, and even go along River Road and up to where Councillor Vandermeer suggested. Heck, even the park, Wilderness Village, they have 3,000 people just in the summer alone there. So it's more than 700.
Councillor Duncan.
I think we have to remember too, at least with proper planning with the backbone itself will go whatever you want. You can get a gig out of the backbone wherever you put it. So as long as we're building that backbone to that, we'll be able to eventually offer that service at whatever level you want, or whatever level an ISP or whoever's providing that last mile provides. But the backbone itself, if it's fiber, is going to provide that 1 gig potential for a 1 gig service. So, you know, as long as we size that cable properly as a backbone, we still have the ability to do that.
Councillor Lougheed.
Councillor Duncan hit it right on the head. We have such a diverse community, whether it's topographical, whether it's a population density. No one solution is going to meet the need of everybody. But if we have that robust backbone system there, we can build a network on top of that or beside that that'll meet the needs into the future, as well as improving our internet capability at the moment. I think you hit it right on the head of having that robust backbone.
And I would offer, even before we put up a tower at Condor, if that was that you ask the question or the RFP even, that maybe somebody's interested in going directly to fiber.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to put the tower up and say, are you interested in improving the service in Condor? It's just that the RFP would be, we were interested in improving service in Condor, and give us some solutions to this, and what your, you know, whether you want the county to provide just a fiber connection or a tower connection.
Councillor Vandiver.
Just one thing on that, when you think about the grants that are available, you get grants for underserved areas. If you suddenly move to 5010 in Condor, you wouldn't get a grant to help expand another, like a fiber system in the area. So, you know, you kind of got to think ahead a little bit. Right now, we can apply for grants for just about every part of our county. And if we go out with an interim solution, it may detract from a longer-term quality solution.
Councillor Duncan.
We've always struggled in the county, though, to be called underserved by the CRTC guidelines. I don't know, Cam, if you guys have looked into that at all, but, you know, we had not many parts of the county that fit that, did we? Like in previous CRTC.
Almost all of the county is underserved under CRTC
At 5010?
designation. Oh, yeah.
Just when it was 5.
Well,
10.
even under the 510, we were underserved when they did that survey. 5 and 10, I think it was, 20 and 5, I don't know which it was. But really on those, and they used hexagon,
Right.
little hexagons throughout the county. And almost all of the county is underserved at this time.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess one further thing on the underserved thing is not only if you have those peak speeds, but do you have a consistent speed? And that's where our LTE system fails, because it's sharing bandwidth, if you would. You know, so as you have more users, as we've found in the last weeks here with numerous people accessing the internet on a higher level than they ever have before, that those systems start to break down, and you get a really inconsistent. Whereas if you have that strong fiber backbone connection, all speeds are going to be much more consistent, and I think that's all people. I mean, still go back to that comment that Reeve Hoven. You know, we're constantly checking internet speeds when the darn thing doesn't work. We're wondering why it doesn't work, and then you look and you see, you know, where you had 17 gigabytes before, now you're getting, or megabytes before, now you're getting 1, or you're getting 0.5, and so it's just that consistency. That's part of having a system that's going to meet those minimum standards.
So we are all in favor of having administration make a plan to improve the backbone throughout the county. Are we in favor of that? Do we have consensus? Now, who knows what that's going to be? That's for Tim to figure out. And would we all be in favor then to have different smaller RFP projects going out? We already have one to improve the service out to Nordegg, I believe, on the books, right? We could do one for Condor. Tower, maybe somebody does want to put fiber all throughout Condor. We could look at doing the same in Lestyville. And there's going to be people looking creatively at income and jobs and careers, because what they have been doing in the past might not be financially viable anymore. We just do not, the county does not have the capability to do it all by itself. We don't have enough bodies now, and we don't have enough money to do it all. But if we can get the backbone and then empower entrepreneurs to take it the next step, we can get an adequate service out. And as we would own the backbone, we could have some terms, like Tim had pointed out, where we can regulate the level of service. And depending on the profitability to some of these lower population areas, we could even lower the price to the service providers there so they can still generate an income on it and keep the rates acceptable for the residents. But we have to be open to all the different possibilities, and that we don't have to do it all by ourselves. comments on that? Or any other comments? Councillor Lang.
So my question would be for Tim. This is Tim. No. So, if we were to do what Reeve Hoven suggested, and it's by far, it's a far cry from a Cadillac service, but it is a lot better. Would we still be able to, in the future, slowly convert to fiber? And also, would we be able to service the county faster that way?
In the short answer, I guess, to coin a phrase, is yes, if you get the backbone in, the backbone is geared, like you were saying there too, for years in the future. I mean, you can offer 1 gig, 10 gig, 100 gig, 300 gig, type of service to different centers, and that's not a problem. The interim solution, like you mentioned, like a tower, or if some of these ISPs have some infrastructure already there with fiber, they can connect to the backbone, backhaul their traffic for faster speeds. What they have existing can be enhanced considerably with the backhaul on the fiber backbone. So the build out from those centers to the home is something that can be gradually done based on pre-sales and things like this. I can see where maybe the county would have to come in some of the very remote areas, and where maybe no service provider is willing to go. But if they're assigned a certain area or given certain special accommodations for certain centers, then that's something they'd have to be assigned to serve as well. So that's part of the regulatory aspect. But yes, most definitely, we can build it out from there. I mean, the backbone is the critical piece for this, for future, for now and for the future.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, we do have a number of designs, I guess, in the conceptual format or style at this point in time for links of backbone, and they could be, whether it's to Nordegg, whether it's south to Caroline, or that one on the west side of the Clearwater River, another one on the east side, another one further east on more the eastern side of the county. So we have some sketches of backbone already available, and I think that's fine. We can fine tune those. I think they're, from what I've seen and recall from the past, they're ready to go almost in terms of some more detailed design. But the details and being ready for infrastructure spending, particularly from the federal level, I think is really important to have some designs that are ready to go. And I'm talking about the detailed design, maybe not there's usually 3 levels of design. At least having the second one done so that you know your right-of-ways, you know your all of your lengths and materials, and so that you can buy materials. And that's the other thing. If you're going to do a project, you need some inventory along the way. And in the case of Red Deer County, my understanding is that they have purchased, I don't know, not quite 100 kilometers of fiber, but they've got a bunch. So they're making themselves ready to move in this season. We know that there's going to be this call for shovel ready. So how do we complete these designs and select these few projects? I will come back and say that I think it's important that we select these few projects. And we had a list a year and a half ago almost of 5+ projects. I think we need to confirm some of those, and I have been pressing this Ferrier one because it always emerged either at or next to the top. But why should we not select these and say, let's get them done and finish getting the RFPs on some of them? I see no reason why we shouldn't continue that. We've got budget, and we need to be able to access the grants, because it's the grants that turn it from being a situation where you recover just your operating costs to where you actually recover a good portion of, and in some cases, all of your capital costs.
It's 1:45. We've spent a few hours talking about this. How do we want to move forward? Is it to authorize admin to develop a plan for the backbone and then develop RFPs for different projects throughout the county to get internet to as many residents and businesses as possible? That's one option. John just mentioned that, or Councillor Vandermeer just mentioned that there was about 5 projects that we talked about a year ago that we could move forward on. But we're here to do some strategic planning, and we need to move forward from this. I recommend, or I brought up the backbone and open it up to different ideas all throughout the county. That's where I think we should go. But I can't make a motion. Councillor Vandermeer.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make 2 motions, in fact.
One at a time, please.
Okay. Let me start with the easy one. Condor. Do you have, here I'm trying to, I had it on my computer, but I probably can't find it. Tracy, what did it say?
Would I have
Here it is, I've got it. Establish a wireless distribution service from the Condor Public Service Building to enhance service to residents of that hamlet. And what was intended there was to offer the, and I'm assuming we can do this under a contract. Maybe Cam, you can clarify this. But if we were to install the tower, I'm suggesting that the county install the tower and then invite ISPs to offer how much they will pay the county for the rights to broadcast off of that tower.
One, we'd have to talk to Supernet or Axia. They would, to make sure that we're allowed to exploit their bandwidth. That would be one step. The other addition to that would be, should we just be asking for wireless? Should we not be just asking for connectivity improvement, which would mean maybe bring other players to the table? Because you can bring from fiber to DSL, which is all landline, copper lines in there. You could bring fiber too. So there's other options than just wireless.
I don't think we need to get the details out.
Yeah.
We just want to put it out there and get ideas. And once again, this would not be a motion of council here. It would be a motion that council should, we would recommend to council at a future council meeting to move that way. So instead of wireless, is it just an RFP to enhance internet service in the hamlet of Condor? Is
Yes,
that
that's
good enough?
really what it is. Certainly if someone would care to run fiber, that's okay. I doubt that that's going to happen, but yes, I think we would be absolutely open to proposals. Given the link there, and as Cam has mentioned, I'm not even sure you have the right to do this. Which is also, now, the question I have is, do we own the line from the POP that's out there?
We own from the building to the road, and then as soon as it goes onto the public property, SuperNet owns it. It's a little bit of a quandary, but we own the last mile.
But, yeah, you own, okay.
We own one strand of fiber.
Yeah, okay.
We would have to go into negotiations with SuperNet to get more fiber there and tie in different ways.
Okay.
So Tracy, can you put the motion on the screen so we all can see what we're voting on?
Oh, okay. To establish a distribution service from the Condor Public Service Building to enhance service to the residents of Condor and area. Yeah. Yes.
Tracy, what do we need to add? Because we're not moving that, we're recommending to council.
Distribution of internet service, that's all, yeah.
Maybe instead of distribution, it should be an access service. It's just a terminology, and I was talking with Tim about it. It's probably just a little, oh, sorry. Sorry, guys. Slow learner. So it should be an access service to a distribution service. It's just it's a terminology thing. If
That's okay, yeah.
that's
Sounds okay.
Discussion on the motion. Councillor Laird.
I guess perhaps it's just a clarification on the motion. Is right now it's asking council to establish that access in Condor versus to explore establishing that, which then comes with public consultation and a plan and a potential cost. Right now, it just seems like we're just going to put it in and it doesn't really matter how much it costs, and we're not even going to talk to the public about it. I think there's a few steps that we need to have included in this. So in the exploration of it, that allows us to do an RFP, does it not? And perhaps that staff could clarify that for me.
Mr. Emmons, can you clarify?
By the motion before the Strategic Planning Committee, that the committee recommends that council establishes an access service from the Condor Public Services Building to enhance. By that motion, I would take it as direction to proceed.
Councillor Vandermeer.
And the reason that I would say that that is the right wording is that this is an add-on to a service that exists at the Condor Public Services Building at this time, costing over $3,000 a month today, and a service that's used very little. One could say that we're not getting really great value out of a $3,000 investment there, but if we can lever that by making it available for broadcast or other means to serve a greater number of our residents in the area, we should do that. And I have no trouble saying that this again falls into the area of demonstration work. We need to do something to understand the way this can work and the way it could be propagated out through our county. So I have no trouble saying that this is something that we should go ahead and vote on and do, and report the results to our public so that we can see whether we should be expanding in this format. It might in fact be saving us money by sharing a $3,000 bill.
Councillor Lang.
I just want to say that's a very good point, Councillor Vandermeer, because I've heard that as well, that it's costing $3,000 a month to that building, and the citizens of Condor are not reaping any of the benefits of that. So that's a huge cost. Yeah, and if it could be shared amongst the community, that would be good.
Councillor Laird.
Supplemental to that, while I recognize that we do have a monthly operational cost that we would like to be able to get more benefit from, and I absolutely want to see that, I know that this is thin edge of the wedge. Once we start this, we're in it. And we have yet to go back to the public to tell them anything about this and how much it's going to cost. I have no idea how much this is going to cost, and right now we're saying we're going to do it no matter what. I have a problem with that. I do want to understand, and I think we all need to understand what the options are so we can choose a path forward. That's what I'm asking for, not a yes, we're going to do it.
Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, concur with Councillor Laird. I think this needs to be basically an RFP so we can see what value we would be getting out of a proposal, and seeing if that fits the needs of what we want to get as an end result.
Councillor Duncan.
I agree. We're not committed to spending any money there, really, other than what it takes administratively to set this up and see if there's interest in developing that service in Condor from someone. If there isn't, and we get 0 proposals, then if we want to improve that service, that's when we're going to get into the game of providing it ourselves. And you know, there's still some homework to do here in terms of access with Axia, but and in terms of public engagement, we've said it before today, we need something to give more concrete numbers to people. No matter what we do, we're never going to get 100% of the public for or against this. It's going to be at best close to green or close to yellow or a little bit red even. It's, you know, until we actually do something and get people with a better service and demonstrate, we're never going to get consensus or even get really close to having what we can define as a definite public opinion on something. if we we can tailor these questionnaires and these surveys however you want to get basically whatever answer you want. If you just put cost on it, you're gonna get a red light. If you put it all to the social side and how positive it's gonna be for your access to school, you're probably gonna get a green light. So, depending on how you, basically if we do a proper job, we're gonna get yellow, or maybe a little bit green or a little bit pink or something there, but we need to do, and this, like I say, that does not cost us any money other than the administrative side of going to attempt to do that.
So Jim, you are comfortable with establishes and not explore? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, if we
Because
establish an access service, all we're doing is saying, here's a point, if you want to hook up and provide a service to Condor, you can do it. We may be told that no, we can't do it. But establishing an access service is just saying that basically we're open for business. We are the connection point, and we have some control over that because we're the connection point. We can probably dictate to some degree what the level of service is. And costs, we have some connection there, but all we're doing is providing access to the internet, and we just have to establish whether we can do that, or actually might come back and tell us, no, whoever's doing the work in Condor has to have their own connection point. They may not allow us, so. If anything, this may push provincial powers that be to take a look at, that's been the push forever, right? Is to expand that ability for all these POPs that are at schools. Every school in the province has got one, that make them more accessible to people. So whether it's us or whether it's anybody else, if Axia says no, we are a government. That's a very good. We're the ones that should be lobbying for the change. If Axia says no, that we need to be lobbying the province. That look, we're trying to provide a solution here and it's not there. Like, make some changes here. So I don't see anything negative in going on this step right now. There's not enough there for the public.
Cam?
I just want to clarify some numbers. We don't pay $3,000 a month to Condor. It's $800 a month. We paid $3,000 total for all our internet sites. We pay here. We pay for the Nordegg connections and for Condor. So that's maybe a little confusion there. Per month.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Laird.
Just to add clarity to what I am saying, I'm not against the word establishes if it is accompanied by explore options to establish. Right now, the way this reads, in my mind, it says we're going to do it. We don't know if we need to increase the fiber line to add more gigabyte potential. We don't know how much it would cost to bury that and bring it in. We don't know how much the equipment is to create the connectivity. We don't know any of that yet. I don't mind exploring those options, but I want to know what they are. I don't want to just agree to we're going to do it. That's what I'm stuck on. You add the word explore options, I'm in. You don't add that, no.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Come up with a wording that might be somewhere in between there, which is to offer access and see what proposals we get, in other words. If we offer access at that point, given that we have the ability to do that, we could offer access, and then, we would see what proposals we get, and before it was approved, we would, of course, come back and talk about it. But I see nothing wrong with offering access to the extent that we are not prohibited from doing it by the contract.
And this is a strategic planning council committee, so any motion still has to go to council and be moved there as well. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Revolven. On that note, what I would suggest is for the committee to consider, would you be comfortable recommending that council direct administration to draft an RFP to improve access and performance of broadband to the residents of Condor and area. Then I think it's fairly wide open, doesn't commit council to anything at that point, but allows us to get the process moving, get the RFP out there, get the options in, and bring those back to council for consideration.
Councillor Vandermeer, it's your motion.
It doesn't seem to have much meat in it unless you offer that access point, Murray. That is the principle, to offer access service from the Condor Public Service building connection. That council instructs administration to investigate
Really what we're doing though is an RFP.
and request an RFP. Yeah, it's an RFP, it is.
So the council instructs administration to draft an RFP for access service from the Condor Public Services building.
That's it.
Councilor Rex.
To draft an RFP. Close enough.
Okay, we have a motion. Any further discussion on the motion? Deputy Reeve Swanson?
Can you read it up, please, because I can't see the screen?
Okay. That the committee recommends that council direct administration to draft an RFP for access service from the Condor Public Service building to enhance internet service in the Condor area. Any further discussion on that motion? I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Now we also have the question of the backbone. What do we want administration to do with the backbone? Because without a proper backbone, we're not, well, it's like your backbone. You need your backbone to stand up. If you don't have a good backbone, it's just going to be a patchwork of little projects. What do we want with the backbone? Councillor Vandermeer?
Well, again, I would point to previous studies. We have a backbone defined throughout the county. I don't think there's much we need to do with that because we're not going to build it all at one time. And therefore, I would suggest that we need to perhaps pick off one leg of that, if you would like, to start on that. And then we need to add on something in this ferry area. Now, we're going to have an RFP coming in on that. So on the backbone, I would suggest that we select one more and add that to our potential grant applications. There's no use applying for 10 legs to this thing or whatever it would be, but I think we should have a couple of significant ones, and I wouldn't mind that being the leg from the westerly leg here from Rocky Mountain House to Caroline, west of Caroline, where it links in with the other existing fiber. It's the most important one, and it's the one also I would point out is associated with travel on Highway 22 and would support fiber towers, supported towers for cell service in that area. So I think that would be one that might be highly regarded by the CRTC.
Councillor Lang.
Just a question, so that one from Rocky to Caroline, that is the stretch that we need so that we will continually have emergency services, right? Because without that, if it goes down from Rocky to Sylvan, we are dark, right?
Oh, that is correct. It is what completes the loop.
Yeah.
These fibers always have to be connected in a loop, so yes, it keeps us from being dead end and cut service, yeah.
Councillor Laird. So Cam, what other parts of the backbone are we lacking in this county? John mentioned a plan.
My thoughts would be the backbones to get us the bandwidth, so we're not relying on SuperNet or Axia, because they're the one game in town, or a TELUS. We would have to talk with other municipalities and regions, but to get back to the core Calgary hub, and thus that brings, once you're there, it actually brings you a lot of the costs go down in the bandwidth. Purchasing becomes dollars on the cents instead of dollars. So those interconnects out, I guess, going east would be what I would be looking at.
Okay. Perhaps we should have administration make a plan for developing the most important part of the backbone network. Instead of us choosing it, they can investigate it and come back with the most important link that's missing. Does that make sense, Cam?
Yeah, it does. It helps us focus on what we need as foundation pieces first, because we have to build the foundation of the house. And once we get that, then it's just a spider web out.
Okay. Councillor Vandermeer?
Just on that, certainly I agree with the comments that we should be talking to other municipalities and getting back to the data centers as directly as possible. But in the meantime, you know, getting back to a data center is easily done through the SuperNet or through Shaw in particular. So we have that. We know that Red Deer County, as an example, which lays to the east of us, is not coming west with the first link. However, as they come west, we should be coordinating with them so that we do have a link that somehow goes fairly close to Highway 11 or to the south of Highway 11 and gets into the corridor and gets back to Calgary or Edmonton. So again, based on that limited perspective, or knowing that Red Deer isn't going to do it right away, I still submit to you that we should do this Caroline to Rocky Mountain House link, because that's the one that could cut off our service tomorrow or today. It's the only one that could cut us off. Could we get you to agree that we should do that?
Well, without actually sitting back and looking at it logically and going through it, I think we have to go back and see. But yeah, absolutely, Caroline's an important section, but we could bring that redundancy loop in a different direction too. There may be other connections to Red Deer County or to Lacombe that we could use, as opposed to that Caroline one to create that loop. More than one way to get fiber into Rocky.
Yeah, but it's not just Rocky we're serving, and it's not just the residents near Rocky, and that's why connecting so that you have a link from the northern sector of the county, loops around and exits through the southern end of the county, gives you the maximum coverage possible.
So is it the 22, the loop, completing the loop down Highway 22, or is it having administration investigate where they believe the most important link is to fix or to improve? Councillor Duncan.
I'm okay with administration coming back. My preference would be the South Loop, but I'm okay with listening or letting them explore further and come back to us with another recommended backbone project.
Are you making a motion?
I would make that motion, sure. That committee recommends that the council direct administration to bring to council a backbone project that
Would it be core backbone
a core,
project?
okay, bring further core backbone solutions or projects back to council for consideration.
Okay, I will read that, so Deputy Reeve Swanson hears. That the committee recommends council directs administration to bring further core backbone projects to council for consideration. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
So I just have a question. In terms of moving forward, we've talked about this before, but, and I guess my initial thought is we have to wait to see what the RFPs are, but at some point here, we have to start buying material or ordering material in order to move forward with this construction season. So I guess I would ask perhaps too for some potential information from you guys at the next time we meet, whether it's a council meeting or a workshop or something, but as to, you know, maybe some deadlines or some time frame that we can make something happen for construction this year, because we missed another year last year already, so.
Oh, yeah, sounds good.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, in line with that, I think we need to somehow make this very current, and I don't want to stress our administration, but I do want to give them whatever support and encouragement we can to make whatever is possible to actually make it possible. So I want to make a motion something like this. That this committee recommends a special council meeting to address recommendations of today or of this strategic planning session. Whichever is fine. To enable the submission of 3 projects to the CRTC grant program ending April 30th. With deadline of April 30th. To me, what that means is that you will get some RFPs for this work out in the Ferrier area. You'll get that on the 23rd. And I know it's a difficult, it's a tough request, but I think it's worthwhile to do our best on this, to come back together within 2 or 3 days of that as a council, approve a recommendation that could be made and identifying the operating entity being proposed so that you could fill in all the blanks in your application by the 30th, and that would also give us a couple of days. We'd want a couple of days to access a letter from the Ministry of Service Alberta, from the minister there, in recommendation of this Alberta project. Go
Councillor
ahead, Cam, give me a reaction.
That's a tall order, Councillor Vandermeer, to say the least. We are going to be taking in the RFPs on the 23rd. We don't receive those till the end of the day, generally. So that'll be the 25th that we would start. Probably reading them in whole. That would give us the weekend and a few days after that to sort out and enter into a contractual agreement with a partner. I don't even know if, I don't know how that the law firms and all the legalese and how we would make that decision in that quick of a time. To be fair, we can certainly try. I'm not above not trying, but it's going to be a difficult run.
Councillor Duncan.
Councillor Vandermeer, I think realistically, like, that's one project, right? That's the only one really that we could apply for CRTC, because we don't have anybody else to partner with, which is for another project. Unless there was, you named that same person that came through and, you know, that was, say, the winner of that one. So that's a starting point. The other thing there is, I wonder about the chances we would have of getting some funding there, because we already have the grant going west on that one. I don't know we'd be spending a lot more money than that grant covers, but is that going to affect our potential ability to get more grant money from?
That's not a CRTC grant to begin with, but also I would anticipate one other project that we could throw in there, and I would suggest after our administration reviews the backbone structure that we could throw in that link towards Caroline or another one. And yes, I would agree with you. We'd just throw in the same operator on that. There's no reason why we couldn't have the same operator.
Councillor Laird.
I concur with Councillor Duncan. I think that this is, I'll say, wildly ambitious, because you know, the timelines simply aren't going to be conducive to making this sort of deadline. I think that we're asking an awful lot of our staff. I recognize that we want to have options to get grant dollars. I think we need to be realistic as well in our expectations. We've got a brand new staff member, and I'd like to keep him longer than today.
I am understanding of your concern, but I would also submit that if you started today, there's no reason why you can't start building the application today. If you'd like, I can find somebody to help you write it. You know, this is not impossible. We put together an application in Alberta for a CARES grant, and it was literally done over a weekend. So I know that these things can be done, and I know it's asking a lot. I'm just saying it's worthwhile because we have two projects, and we in fact have deferred the response to these. I think one or more of the potential RFP submitters requested more time, didn't they, to get this in? So, you know, everything is moving a little bit slowly right now, but I would suggest that that's one reason why, if you can in fact move fast in an area when everybody's moving slow, you're going to enhance your chances overall. So I think it's worth a shot.
I think the fact that we would have to negotiate with our business partner for terms and define that whole agreement makes that motion just about impossible to carry out. I would be in favor of us sending a letter to the CRTC asking for an extension to the grant due to the COVID issue, and we need more time to do it properly.
I think that has been done, has it not? But
I just left a phone message and an email and a shot in the dark. I don't even know who it's going to, but a more formal letter would definitely help.
sure. I would just observe, the deadline on this, I believe, was March 27th, and they extended it exactly because of this issue with COVID. So it's for that reason that, yes, I'm a little pushy on this, but I would not expect an extension just because we write a nice little letter on it. We should try our best to access.
I will restate what I said. If we expect to get a new partner and negotiate a business deal to meet a 1-week deadline, we will have the worst terms we could possibly imagine, which would not be good for the residents. I just think this 1-week timeline to meet this grant on 3 projects is impossible, and I'm going to be voting against this motion. Councillor Lang.
Vandermeer, this is too much to ask our staff. I'm sorry, I won't be able to support it.
Councillor Laird.
I might remind my fellow councillors that we also do have a regularly scheduled council meeting prior to that date. At least that gives it that extra time.
Further discussion on the motion? I will ask the question. All in favor? 1 in favor, opposed? So that is 1 in favor, 6 opposed. The motion is not carried. It is 2:25. I think we will take a break. I don't know if we need to spend more time on this after the break or if we can move on to the next item on the agenda. We've got 2 motions to keep administration busy as we move forward on this project. Councillor Laird.
My question is for staff, is if we need to be creating a motion with regard to having staff create a public engagement plan for broadband. I know we've indicated it with regard to Deputy Reeve Swanson's motion from, I believe it was about a month ago. Any rate, I'm wondering, do we need to have another secondary motion or a motion made to create that public engagement plan?
I would think we need to have a direction and a plan before we go out to the public. Because right now we'd be going out there and updating them on what we've done. I don't know if that's worth administration's time to do. If we wanted to do a PowerPoint presentation and a 5-minute PowerPoint presentation, put it on YouTube and share that video to people, that's a lot less intensive for administration to prepare, and it's just a little update. It's not, it would just be a little update is what I hear you wanting.
Well, we need to do something.
Yes.
Because we're clearly moving ahead, and I'm concerned that we're going to get the cart in front of the horse, and we're going to have a big problem with the public and the community. I think they need to understand what we have come to understand over the last 2.5 years, and if that means a simple video or other plan on how we're going to go out after some of this work is done, when we know more information, more data, I think that needs to be part of this public engagement plan, so that our residents know we're not just moving ahead without any thought for that consultation piece.
So would you like to make a motion then?
Yes, I can make the motion to have administration provide a public engagement plan for broadband.
Further discussion on that motion? Councillor Duncan.
For me, that doesn't have much detail or a timeline with it as well. Like this is to be brought forward at a future council meeting or before we go to, because we've got RFPs out there already, right? So,
Well, for me, I believe we could do some kind of preliminary piece that says what we've done so far and what we are planning to do on RFPs, but with a more detailed plan to come after in the coming, I'll say, months. because we're going to get more information as we do some of these preliminary demonstration projects. So I think that that's kind of going to be a two-part piece, but we need a public engagement plan for this now. We're there.
Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, I'm not still not exactly clear on if staff would have enough direction for a public engagement plan, but I'd be fine with an update on where we are now or what we're proceeding with in the near future on this.
Councillor Lang?
Councillor Liard, I tend to agree with Councillor Duncan, and so I'm just wondering if you would accept an amendment to your motion to word that administration provides a public engagement update for broadband so the public knows where we're at now at this point in time.
So instead of a plan, just
An update.
administration updates the public.
Because there isn't, I agree, we don't really have that much of a plan right now, but we could certainly update the public where we're at and get thoughts of where we're wanting to go and maybe some feedback from them. But right now, it's really just an update the way I see it.
So I guess my question, and I'm good with having an update when we look at this as kind of a two-prong approach. Certainly the update is much needed, but I believe we're going to need a plan going forward as we work through these demonstration projects, as we learn more information. What is our plan to go to the public and keep them updated? It's one thing to say we're going to update them now. It's another thing to have a plan on how we're going to continue to provide those updates and get that public engagement piece where we get some of the information back, surveys or whatever.
Thank you for the clarification. So you're not looking just to update them with what we've discussed now, but you're looking at how do we keep the public informed over the next 6 or 8 months so we have the public on board with us and no one's left in the dark.
That's right.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
I'm just wondering if we can maybe at the next strategic plan, maybe brainstorm to have for that plan so we can go out to the public, because we'll have more information then. And we should be able to come up more with an idea of a plan than right now. Right now, all we could do is update them.
Well, I think we've got a very competent communications team who can develop a plan for us. We don't need to be involved in the nuts and bolts of how that plan's going to work. We've got it. I think our communication department can come up with a good plan by themselves. Councillor Duncan.
I would agree with that, Reeve Hoven. We have to remember that there's some of the things we're going to be doing or have been doing also that are more or less privileged information that we have to be very careful about and I would again say staff are well versed in what we can and cannot share.
Okay. So we have a motion that the committee recommends council directs administration to develop a broadband project public engagement plan. I really need a break for a few minutes. Any further discussion on that motion? I will ask the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. And we will have a 10-minute break.
On the rural recreation.
Yes.
thing.
Can we have that motion?
Did you get my email, Tracy? I
I have to apologize. I jumped right into the broadband and missed that earlier.
So the important point here for me was that I put the word rural in here just to clearly define that we're looking at
Any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Laird? Deputy Reeve Swanson? Okay. I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. So we will be having our closed session. Item 6.1. Can I have a motion to enter in the closed session? Councillor Duncan? All in favor? Motion carries. It is 3:29 PM and we've just left the closed session. There are no further motions to come out of our strategic planning meeting. So a motion for adjournment. Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. A good afternoon.